Hello everyone, welcome to the 10th year anniversary of Dustforce. So, Dustforce was released on the 17th January of 2012. So today we're celebrating 10 years of this fantastic game and all the community, and we will show all the cool things that we have now in the game, all the new content, all the events, the community activity in the last 10 years, and we have a lot of wonderful guests. And we are starting with Angreval. Angreval is is a truly
Hello, everyone.
incredible Dustforce player who is who is specializing in very hard maps. And yeah, so hello Angreval.
So,
So tell us, what is Dustforce?
Dustforce. Well, I mean, for 10 years, it's kind of hard to to define. It's an indie acrobatic 2D platformer by Hitbox Team. It's got a pretty chill OST. It's got no story. It's got a pretty simple art style. Uh, One of the reasons for the simple art style for people was the heavy amount of animation frames. We wanted to keep it kind of simple to kind of put emphasis on movement. And movement is a really big thing in Dustforce since the platformer is really focused on building speed, keeping speed, which is where the term momentum platformer kind of came in. So the game is set up with 4 hubs. It's kind of just one level, one big playable level, but with 4 hubs that all have 16 levels. And those are classified by difficulty. So you'll have 4 tiers of difficulty, and you'll need to beat the lower difficulty levels to unlock the higher difficulty levels. As per who you play, you do play a sort of ninja janitor. You do have 4 playable characters, and they all have different stats. One of those things that's pretty interesting is how each character is going to behave in a level quite differently. So you'll have certain levels where, because maybe they're like very tall, so you need to climb a lot, a certain character will be better for it. Where some of the for some of the levels, maybe you'll have to cross big distances, so maybe you prefer to take a character that can jump further. There is a big aspect on speedrunning, since there's a big aspect on speed and momentum. So the game actually has a replay system in which you can watch anyone's replay, no matter if they're first or last. So it doesn't really matter where you play. So you can still check strats for everyone. And those replays are per level. So any level you play, you can have the replay for. And you can get both a 100% in like speedrunning terms, that is, and any percent replay. So where one of it is any percent being beating the level as fast as you can, and the other one being finishing everything in the level to do, obviously still possibly as fast as you can. I think that covers most of it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean it's quite a unique game, no? It's there are not a lot of games like it. So what's like unique in the game?
What's really unique in the game? I would say the general focus on momentum, on like controlling what speed you have, generally in the air, stuff like air control. That kind of stuff you can find in some of the games. There's Cloud Build, which is like a 3D version of what a lot of people consider kind of a 3D version of Dustforce. There's a little bit less to do with high speeds like slopes and stuff like that, but you do have that same idea of momentum control. You do have Trials as well, which is kind of like a motorbike, a little bit platformer, with very heavy control momentum. If you just do one slight misstep, you'll just fail. You'll have to restart. You have Gimmick, pretty old platformer on the NES, where you would have to control momentum to go really quick and kind of pass through levels really fast, and also attacking was related to momentum. King's Bird, which is a game that's directly inspired from Dustforce and pulls most of its mechanic from a similar idea of just controlling speed. And one that just came out a bit before Dustforce, just a couple years, N or N++, which had very similar themes with the whole wall jumping, controlling speed, having to beat levels in a certain way, if possible, like collecting everything. I think that focus is probably what makes Dustforce pretty unique. There's very few games like it. in fact, just finding these few kind of took a little bit. I had to remember quite a few games.
Yeah.
It also brings a little bit from fighting games. So, like Smash, for example, or Street Fighter, for example, like double tap dashing would be something that's more in classical 2D fighters. Whereas stuff like startup frames, recovery frames, something that you can find in Smash, for example, as a platform fighter. Few things like that. I guess it's kind of what makes Dustforce pretty similar, or pretty unique, my bad. Just a combination of all those systems.
Yeah, and also like it has had and it has gotten a lot of influences from the genre itself. No, what are the games that it's usually compared to, like besides what you already mentioned?
Right, so it's usually compared to Meat Boy, pretty heavily. A lot of people being like, well, you know, Dustforce feels kind of clunky, Meat Boy feels kind of good. And I can understand the comparison. I mean, they're both pretty fast games. They both are splitted per level. They have pretty clear goals. The level doesn't really try to mix you up. It's pretty linear. They both have a replay system, and if you die, in both games you restart really quickly. On top of the fact that it's all split per world. Obviously, the difference being in Dustforce, the world is playable, and in Dustforce there's a bigger focus on momentum control than there is in Meat Boy. Now that's probably like the main comparison. You do have some others, like for Celeste. There was a few concepts of Dustforce that were used within Celeste, and you have a certain overlap between the two communities at least. Quite a few people who played Dustforce played Celeste, and well, while the opposite is not exactly that prominent, you do have a few people that are pretty big in the Celeste community that have played Dustforce. And well, as I was mentioning right before, Melee, definitely one of the big ones. It's sharing most of its systems. The startup frames for the jump, the way short hop works, just the attack system, dashing around. You don't really get some of the more advanced techniques that Melee had, like that was wave dashing, that was the more momentum sections of Melee, but you do get stuff that is pretty similar. So in the end, it ends up feeling pretty alike.
Okay.
So yeah.
Thank you so much for this introduction, Angrable. So Angrable will come back later, but right now we have a very special guest. We're going to take a minute, but then we're going to have a chat with Woodley from Hitbox, who are the developers of Dustforce. So we'll be right back. Hello, we are back. Hello, Woodley. Thanks a lot for being with us today. So,
good morning.
Hello. So everyone wants to know. So tell us a bit about Dustforce, about the very start. How did you come up with the idea, with the original idea?
Yeah, so like me and Lexi, who's her co-designer, co-creator, the lead gameplay programmer as well. We had been talking about all the way from back in high school. We'd been talking about platformers and sort of what we wanted to see, and I guess like yeah, just sort of vibing on like what we thought was cool in various platformers and what we thought was missing, and I guess like the very first thing we talked about, it wasn't it didn't have the theming of Dustforce at all. It was also like a single room. So the first idea was kind of these like static rooms that didn't scroll at all.
Mhm.
And they were like these very specifically laid out puzzle kind of spaces. Not exactly puzzles, but they were like you had these really discrete pieces of movement that it was basically just like a distilling of like rhythm game into like these little platformy rooms. And there was this game called Nikujin by this Japanese dev Ikiki, who made all these weird sort of game maker studio games back then. And that game Nikujin was really inspiring because it was like you just had all these little pieces of movement. I think that was the thing that like struck me. It's like, okay, you have these discrete pieces and you're sort of linking them together in various combinations, and there's something satisfying about that, like the discreteness. But yeah, we'd been talking about that for ages, and then I'm pretty sure I was literally sweeping leaves. Like it was I was in San Antonio, Texas, staying at my uncle's place. I was like helping him with this like photography project he was doing, and sort of sweeping in the backyard, and it just hit me that like that same sort of technical sort of rhythmy platformer idea, a way to like move people around on surfaces would be like, or to guide which surfaces were important would be to like place dust or like filth or autumn leaves on them, and then like that's the sort of path, right? It defines the path, and then it was just like, oh my god, you could do like ninja janitors, right? Because originally I think me and Lexi were thinking like you'd be a little ninja because we played Nikajin, and it's just sort of default. It's like you're a ninja and you have throwing stars and like a sword and blah blah blah. And then it just kind of like, yeah, I was sweeping, and it was like, oh, ninjas plus janitors equals, that's cool. And I'm pretty sure I just like ran straight up and just like started typing it out to Lexi, and just I think, or it's bad, man, it's so long ago now because this was like significantly before we started working on it. It was like a year or so, maybe a bit less, because I was still in the States and Lexi was in Australia, and yeah, I was just like really hyped on the idea, and then just talked about it heaps, and then yeah, like I can keep going with that
Yeah,
story
yeah.
into dev if you want, because that
Yeah, so like after your initial idea, I guess like you started working on the famous prototype, on the famous
yeah
game jam prototype. So yeah, do you want to
yeah
tell us about that? How it was received? Yeah.
yeah. So I came back to Australia, to Brisbane, and this was like, so I'd finished studying animation, and I had a bunch of like false starts with various projects, and came back from the States, and I was sort of like thinking a bit of a slump, and I moved back to Mulaney, which is like where me and Lexi went to high school together, and I was living like at my mom's house in the shed. So I was completely dead broke, and like Lexi was working at the computer shop there, and me and him had worked in Game Maker back in high school, like just on random sort of like little things. Like we would have some idea and like jam it out for like a couple of days. We had some like kind of big ideas that never really took off, but we were like, okay, so both of us are back in Mulaney, like let's give a good shot at like making something, right? And um, So actually, at first, we had this other idea that was called Mandible, and it was like this sort of side-scrolling, like Raiden, or like a shmup. It was like a shmup, but you didn't have a gun. It was you're like this big flowing dragon, and you just have to use your mouth and like bite things, and crush things in your jaw. And I still really like that idea. I feel like that could exist today, but like we were working on that, and the very first version of that, it was sort of us, like me and Lexi, like getting used to like working together again, and it was decent. There was a point where like we read about this like competition, like you could enter an indie game into this like competition, and the prize was like a publishing deal and $100,000, and me and Lex were like, let's try and aim for that. And then we realized that Mandible wasn't super working, like the way, like I think our current like understanding at that point of design, and like definitely my ability as an artist and designer, etc., were too simplistic to like really make that idea work, because it's kind of hard, I think. But so we switched, pivoted to making the platformer that we talked about, and yeah, we were working in Game Maker. It was this version that's on screen right now. Yeah, and like
Yeah,
I think pretty quickly we put together like the basic version of the movement with like dashing and jumping with short hop and stuff. And yeah, I think we went over to my friend Johnny's place. It's the Devil Daggers guy. Me and Lex like brought our computers over to his place and like jammed it. I think, isn't that right? Lex is in chat, right? Lexi. But yeah, we took our computers over and had like a dev LAN and just like made this very first version of it. I'm not sure if I have that anywhere, but the super super old one was just like a black silhouette of the character. It didn't have any colors, and it was just like in a single room, and you could run around. And then yeah, there was like the silhouette version in a single room, and then so we were playing that, and we realized that like I think we kept kind of just like tweaking the movement, and it just slowly started to feel wrong that you were confined into a single room. So this initial idea where every level was like you could see it on the same screen, there was no scrolling, just sort of it became clear that felt wrong for like flowy movement. Which like makes so much sense in retrospect, but it's like, yeah, so we like, I think Lex then sort of set it up to scroll and like unlock the camera. Yeah, it was really super, and plus Lex, I can see in chat.
Yeah.
And sorry, it's like so as soon as we made it so that you could scroll, it started to feel really different, and then I think a bunch of other ideas about how the movement should work came out of that. And I think it's still like if you play that old prototype, there wasn't really a very good sense of momentum. It's like I think Lex got like way better at programming, like between that and the full version, and also we just got better at articulating the idea. And yeah, so we made that prototype and entered it into this competition. And specific timeline of that part, a little fuzzy to me. I think we were like a finalist. Yeah, we were a finalist in that competition, and that was like around the time me and Lex were like, okay, what's the company name? Then they flew us back over to Texas. It just happened to be in Texas as well. So, yeah, and so we flew back over to Austin for the ceremony. We ended up winning. And then that was how we met Terrence, actually. So like Lifeform, the guy who made the music, which is turned out to be absolutely huge that we met him through. He was just like working for this company that ran the competition.
Yeah.
And he was kind of like our liaison to the company when we were talking about publishing deal terms and all of that stuff. and we ended up not taking a publishing deal because it was a little bit like a little bit vampiric, really, the deal they were offering. And we were kind of just like, I think once we put the trailer out, the response was like really good. We were like, we can just do this on our own. Like, I think this was because this was way before Greenlight and everything. I think we got an email from Valve, and they were like, "Do you want to put this game on Steam?" We were like, "Oh my god, this is crazy!"
Yeah.
And we were like, "Yes, we need a couple," because this was 2010 still, I think.
Yeah, it was a different style back then, no? Publishing games.
And yeah, completely different. I think we kind of hit the like very end of that different era. Yeah, apparently it was just like Valve reached out to you, I guess. So, like,
Yeah.
we didn't know how like any of that stuff worked. But so we were like, yeah, sweet. We just need a couple years, and so we had the money from the competition. So we didn't take the publishing deal. We did take the money, and we took Terrence from them because like the more we started hanging out with Terrence in Texas, like we were like just super vibing on like the same stuff, and especially like music wise. Like I remember some of our first conversations were about like Chrono Trigger and how much we loved the soundtrack of Chrono Trigger and stuff.
Yeah.
And so we got Lifeformed was definitely the real prize. He's Terrence is a beautiful human being. And then what? Yeah, I guess we went back to Australia, went back to Mulaney, and so our friend Matt Bush, who we knew from college, from animation school, he came on as like, because we decided to make our own engine. I can't remember exactly. Oh no, it's because because one of the other like sort of scope changes between the demo and the full version was going to be that the okay, Matt joined on earlier than that. Like, sorry, I got that timing mixed up. But yeah, one of the changes was going to be that the game was going to be like one giant seamless level. So that first like expanded vision was going to be like one huge level where you just ran into NPCs at various places, and they'd be like, "Look at this little subsection of the map. Like this is dirty." Like, and so it'd sort of be like little courses within one huge level. And so Matt coded the like level system, the like system that supports the like level to stream in everything in order for it to like have an unlimited size. And which is like, it's really funny thinking about how like that feature is like kind of crazy and it's just sitting there because like once we started working on the like big like seamless map thing, it just felt like really, really empty, and we realized like what a huge task it is to make it not feel empty. And just kind of like, yeah, it's like if you think about what all of the subtle things that Nintendo do, for example, to like make spaces not feel empty. There's just so many tiny things that you don't notice at first. At first you're just like, oh yeah, we just put NPCs around the map and it'll be cool. And then it's just like, no, this is a huge scope increase if we try and do something like that. So we were like, okay, the movement's fun, the levels are like individual levels are fun. Let's just like focus on that. Let's just make it like a collection of levels. So we simplified the scope, and Matt was like, sweet, I made the levels infinite size for no reason. And yeah,
and then basically you started working on the release, no? And then there are different versions of Dustforce, no? There was the release, the initial release, and then the first update quite soon after it, and then the big DX update. So what can you tell us about like the process that led you to do these updates? What changed in these versions? What was added?
Yeah, so and yeah, Lexi's adding some details in chat there. We did need texture trimming because the sprites were kind of big, and Yeah, so the first version it's really just like comes down to naivety, like design naivety. Like I don't consider myself a very good level designer at all. Like and so I was doing most of the level, and I did that first Nexus. That first version of the Nexus was really pretty pretty badly designed. Like what we found shortly after release was that people were just like not really progressing past like the first few levels, and we're not onboarding like the players into the complexity of the game very well, right?
Hmm.
And
Yeah, I guess like the different nexuses, if you compare it right now, they give a different like first time experience too, no?
yeah,
They are
absolutely.
structured in a completely different way.
Yeah, that's right. And I think like yeah, right after release, I went on a bit of a spontaneous trip and like went and bought a bicycle and like rode a bike from Sydney to Brisbane, and I kind of went off the map a little bit, which is a bit in retrospect is pretty dog like because Lexi and Terrence were just like frantically um, dealing with all the like maintaining the game right after it came out really, and like kind of paying attention to all the data that was coming in with the replays and yeah, when I got back from that, I think I was gone for like a month. The consensus was like, okay, the key, the system of like um, needing to SS levels to get a key is like too harsh. Like people are struggling to like ramp into the difficult stuff, and the layout of the Nexus isn't ramping them into it. And so I think Terrence designed Nexus 2, and yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so Lexi and Terrence together came up with the idea that you progress towards keys and you sort of like doing sort of good on like a wood key or silver key level earns you part of the way to like a gold key, and that system ended up working like much better than the naive approach.
Mhm.
So yeah, that was really cool. And yeah, I'm just reading some stuff in chats. Like it's hard to make a really bad level. That's the thing, right? Is like the the faith that we had is that if you give players the right set of tools, and if you make that poor atomic like pieces of movement, if you make all of those really satisfying, like inherently fun, and then there's enough tools, then you can kind of just throw stuff together, and people are going to figure out novel and interesting solutions. And you just have to have kind of some faith that the meta is
Mhm.
going to go in a direction that you want based on
Yeah.
that sort of first principles approach. And that was actually my approach to level design as well. Was I would just like create a platform and then move, and I would see like sort of what my fingers like wanted to do. They would be like, it'd be like I kind of feel like jumping here, and then I would like create some support that. I'd be like, okay, I feel like jumping into a wall or like to a slope, and then I would just like do that, test that bit, and then add another bit, test that bit, and then I would just keep doing that iteratively. So I, yeah, which I think really works for the style of movement in Dustforce.
Yeah. Yeah, and as you were mentioning also, like the game doesn't really hold your hand too much, it leaves you completely free, no? And
Uh-huh.
that makes me think of one of the topics that usually is brought up when people start the game, which is like the tutorials. The tutorials got changed. Before there was like in the pre-DX version, there was one big tutorial, and it has been split in three. For example, one question that we had is like, why did they get changed up? What are the issues that you try to address when changing these tutorials? Did you feel like, for example, uh, the new players needed a tiny bit more instructions?
Yeah, yeah, like so that was I think Terrence did all of the later tutorials. I did the very first ones, and they were still just too harsh. Like I think I have a tendency to like really uh, overlook that side of things. I think because partly because I come from playing a lot of Melee, which is like a ridiculously hard game, and my like baseline assumptions about what is going to be clear to people are just often really, really badly calibrated. And so those first tutorials, I remember, I remember really early on. Lexi and Matt and everyone will definitely remember like one of the earliest replays, because before, when we sent out review copies, like they were all we just started seeing these like replays rolling in, and we were like watching these reviewers play the game like before it went actually on Steam, and we were watching this one where like, so there's like, here's how you jump, and then the first tutorial is like jump, and then the second thing immediately after was like jump double jump, and I think that might be right. And we were watching this replay, we saw one that was just like 35 minutes long, or like 38 minutes. Like, okay, what is this? What's going on? And we watched this replay, and this guy is like stuck on the jump double jump bit for like a very, very, very long time. We're just sitting there like, oh no. Like, I think we found like that specific review as well, and the guy's like, the controls are clunky. We're like, oh no. Yeah, and it's like the thing with where like a lot of platformers have the grace period where you can run off a ledge and then jump, and you don't use your double jump. I kind of think that's like it's good, but it's also a little bit silly. It's like, why not just like teach people to jump before the ledge? Because like we have it so that if you are in jump squat, right as you hit the ledge, like it'll cancel into a jump, right? And I feel like that's also leniency. It's just like in the other direction. And it also, I don't know, it changes the design, I think, if you add the like coyote frames. So we didn't want to do that, but it was a bit like confronting seeing like just how brutal all of my level design was by default. Like the things that I thought were really easy were just not easy. And so Terrence made the new tutorials, and they were obviously much, much better in those ways. Yeah.
And actually, on the complete opposite side, there was another thing that was added in like in the updates, like going completely to the opposite. Let's talk about Infini. Infini, for those who don't know, is like an infamous secret level of in Dustforce that's basically not even considered in the speedrun because everyone is scared of it. So was it ever supposed to be? So the game is about completion, no? Completion without dying. So when we complete the level fully, we clear all the dust, and we don't die in the process. We get the so-called SS, double S. So was it ever supposed to be assessed, Infini?
Well, so I guess like in the same way that I had a poor understanding of how much you need to teach people things, I think I also had a like naive understanding of just how good people were gonna get and how quickly. Like really early on, I think like one of the levels I thought was really cool and difficult at the time was like Night Temple, like right on release. And like people just started destroying my like Night Temple score within like 4 days or something, and I was like, holy cow, everyone's really good. And it was like from that point on, it just became this joke that like whatever we add is just gonna get destroyed like immediately. Just because and I can't remember how long it took for people to beat Yoda when that came out. Was Yoda in the original? Did it? So the first release did have all the difficulties, right?
So our timeline, as we reconstructed it, is that the very first release did only have a Giga, and then the first update, the 3DX, then added the other difficulties.
Yeah, that's right.
And the DX added like the keyless levels, basically.
Yeah, so like Yoda also, I thought, would take a long time to SS. Because like a lot of those dual levels, like I have never SS'd them. Like I would just test and make sure each sequence was doable individually. Like as I was making it, I'd just be like, this bit's definitely possible, and then I would just keep stacking those things on. and doing them back to back. Like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of shameful. Haven't actually done a lot of them, but the I thought Yoda was going to take a really long time, and I think it was like a week or something. And so when we Infinity as well, it was just like I really wanted to make something that was going to be like no one would do it for a really long time, and I think I went a little too soft on it because I wanted it to be like the first SS will be like in a year or something. But I sort of I don't know. I mean, honestly, my level design skills just aren't really good enough. Like I just kind of stack similarly difficult things over and over. But yeah, I think we thought it would take longer for people to find it because it was hidden really in some funny way. Like Matt did some trick to hide it.
Yes. So the really interesting part that was also added in the DX was the secret letters. So in the game itself there are secret apples scattered around, and some of them have a letter. When you go there, you find a letter, and then you have to rearrange the letters and enter what you find in a special place, and then you find actually infinite. Talking about apples and letters, some of them are really well hidden with some very odd mechanics. No, for example, there is the vacant lot apple, which is only reachable if you get the super attack, basically that resets your jump, and you can get to a higher position. So what about that? I mean, it was and usually actually in the level you cannot get enough dust to reach the special attack. So was that intentional actually? How much thought was put into like hiding these apples?
I think Terrence hid a lot of the apples. Honestly, that's a little fuzzy. I can't remember exactly how that process went. I'm pretty sure Terrence went through and just like put a bunch of them in after a bunch of levels were done. But I'm just laughing at Hourglass in chat. The near perfect run on Night Temple. It's so funny to think about. Like I just titled the YouTube video with such hubris. Like we had no idea. The apples. So it's really fun finding secrets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like there's like an inherent funness to that, like with achievements and everything, and like skins and all the stuff that you find that is like you get a trophy for something, not like a little trophy, but the stuff that has like a I don't really know how to put it, but a lot of things I think should just be like inherently rewarding. Like I don't think everything needs like a explicit reward. And so I think there's like something just inherently satisfying about finding something that you're not meant to, or finding something that feels like off the beaten path. That's just like a satisfying experience as a player, is to like to feel that you know something that not everyone knows, or something. And so yeah, a lot of the secrets in Dustforce were just kind of like that, like no like specific reason to do it, but it's just like you found this little nook in the world, little cranny. Anyway.
Talking a little bit more about
sorry, just to respond to what Lexi's saying, the apples were part of a multiplayer game where we ended up cutting. Lexi, you talking about like the soccer thing? Yeah, because we wanted to like have this thing where you could hit a ball. It was going to be like, you know, the little vector characters in the tutorial, like the NPCs that are like look like they're made of polygons. We wanted to have this mode that was like you're these little polygon guys playing soccer, and you could like use all of the Dustforce mechanics to like hit a ball back and forth like through a goal. And yeah, we ended up I don't know, the like all the versus stuff and the multiplayer stuff is pretty like half baked. I think like that was also a little naive design wise, but yeah. So this would end up becoming Tennis. It did, I guess, like that vibe was there in my brain later on for Tennis. But yeah, so the apples were part of that. That's why they exist as an object. Was like, let's make a ball.
Part of that.
And, yeah.
Part of the the multiplayer that got done, not included in the game. Yeah, that was a really interesting thing to learn about. And now instead we get secrets, and we will see later how the apples are used now, especially in custom maps. It's really a neat thing. So talking instead about like the mechanics themselves, there were of course there were some things in the mechanic that changed between the versions, but also there were like some mechanics that at first probably they happened by accident, but then you decided to keep. Like I'm thinking of spike jumping, of this kind of things. So what can you tell about those? Like there were some that you decided to change, some you decided to keep, and which one were intended, which one were completely accidents, which ones are a surprise to you when you see them in runs. So what can you tell us?
Yeah, so I think this sort of links into how I feel about game design in general, is that games are so complicated. Like the what the meta is going to end up looking like in a game with sufficient complexity it's sort of like extremely presumptuous and silly to some degree to think that you can know that. You can't know really like what is going to end up being optimal. I think it's like, unless the game is really simple, it's incredibly difficult. Like something like Melee, it's just like the idea of someone intentionally designing what the meta currently is in Melee is absurd. It's not possible. And I think like so as sort of a side note, I feel like this is like really visible if you look at like the course that like Blizzard has gone down, right? Like there was a certain freeformness to like D2 and Brood War, where it didn't feel like they were trying to cling on to the design too hard, and slowly over time they started to try to have more control over what the end result would look like, what the meta would become, and you can see a homogenizing effect over the course of like Blizzard's releases as they try and shave off all the hard edges, right? So by shaving off the hard edges, you're like increasing your ability to like control it. But you're also well, for one thing, you're removing the experience from the player of discovering something that feels like they weren't meant to discover it, which I think is a really crucial and like beautiful experience, right? Mm-hmm. The feeling of reaching a level of mastery beyond what the devs pictured is like, that's like a beautiful thing. And so like as you shave everything off and like smooth it all down, you're removing that, and then also you're sort of it's sort of a fool's errand, because even in like, let's say like StarCraft 2 is like a smoothed version of Brood War, like you still don't really know, because it's still going to be too complicated to really understand. And so it seems to me that the best approach is to relinquish that control, or just like forfeit the idea of that type of control, and simply give the players enough tools in enough places, in enough little spots in the mechanics, and then having faith that that is going to evolve into something where the end meta is interesting and not centralizing. Mm-hmm. And if you notice things that are centralizing or homogenizing, then just try and design those out, but not trying to top down design the thing too hard, and really approach it from more like first principles, or like an atomic level, where you're like, you have this piece and this piece and these pieces fit together in this way, and that's a tool set. And then to an extent it's like faith in the imagination of the players, right? Like when people say
Yeah.
there's a sense in which like a lot of modern games feel almost disrespectful to the player because it's like they don't trust you with like a complex and detailed or intricate tool set. And then there's too far to the other end of the spectrum, which is like I think my obsession with melee leads me to like ignore how much, for example, like we were talking about earlier, how much you need to onboard and teach people things. Like I can ignore that in favor of like complexity or like tool set depth and the yeah. So it's sort of like a gradient. And I think this was stuff that like I understood to some degree during Dustforce, but not as well as I do now. And a lot of the mechanical complexity in Dustforce is really Lexi's sort of Lexi and my alchemy. Like there would be some idea, and I would be trying to get across some idea, and we'd be discussing whether or not that was good. And then the way that Lexi would implement it would have some side effects, and then we'd be like playtesting it, and both of us would be like, "Oh, that's bad," or "That's good," and or "That feels good," or "That's bad," and then Terrence as well, and Matt, and yeah, I guess just like having a sense for which it's all very, like ultimately just alchemy and intuition, like and yeah, like I don't know how to put it. I think like there is a lot of stuff in Dustforce that I would do really, really differently now. But I think I really like the happy accidents that we did end up with. Like slope boosting. Slope boosting was like we kind of knew that was gonna happen, but then I remember there's this one test room we had with a big slope, and we just kept like slope boosting off it and doing these like big jumps. We were like, that's really cool. We were okay, that's and I remember when we found that. I think it was Terrence. Terrence started doing it really well, and we were just like, okay, that's like good enough that we need to like start designing around that. Like that's like extremely satisfying. And that was actually something from you can do it a little bit in the DS, the game New Super Mario Bros. You can like butt stomp into slopes and jump right at the bottom, like as you slide off, and you have like a slightly longer jump. And there's this weird air friction where it slows you down, so you can't really maintain it. But like that always felt really good to me, and so that was like why that made it into Dustforce, or part of the reason. But then yeah, so that was an example where it's like, okay, that's sick. We need to design around that. The result of like, or yeah, all of the implications from being able to heavy cancel and then getting your jump back when you kill an enemy is like that stuff was also like sort of design warpingly fun. Yeah, what was the thing? Okay, yeah, because like, in Nikojin, there was a jump type. It was Nikojin's like sort of a stealth game. Like the enemies can like see, like when the enemies don't see you, you can like jump on their head and you get like this really high jump. And I always thought that was really cool. Like the enemy representing like both a threat or like a flow impediment and like a movement option. I always thought that was really cool. And so yeah, being able to hit enemies and get your jump back was like a really important part of the design. Just kind of rambling right now.
Yeah.
I think we got kind of far off the question.
Yeah. Anything that you actually decided to cut from the game of this kind of mechanics? Something that you tried and you said, oh, okay, this feels bad.
Trying to think. Like, well, I mean, there's the open world thing. It was really funny. Like the early versions of that we were testing it, just like it felt like like it the soundtrack should have been like dark ambient or something. It was like really like heavy vibes, like this huge empty world and you're this like this little guy like running around this big empty world. So that was very clearly cuttable. The like the open world stuff. But mechanically, like I'm trying to think if there was anything. Lexi, do you remember Lex, do you remember the whether there were any like specific mechanical things that we were just like that's bad? like, well, the hitting things in the air went through a couple different changes, because there was a bit when we got hitting in, we got hit lag and like the attack types in, and I was just running around like hitting the same enemy over and over and over. And I think at one point you could move them a lot. Like heavies would like move them really far in the air, and then it was like you would have to move. Yeah, sad world. Matt. It was like that was like the file name was like sad. Yeah, there was a point at which during which you could like heavy attack. The main purpose was to move them, and so you would have to like hit them in a direction and then air dash to catch them, and then hit them again and stuff like that. And yeah, like looking back, I almost feel like the extra dust that comes off when you heavy attack, like that maybe should have been cut. But like I actually don't know enough about like high level Dustforce to know whether or not that's used at all. I think it probably is used somewhere to like get special faster or something.
Yes, it is used a lot.
Yeah, so I guess it's pretty
actually,
subtle.
yeah,
it doesn't really bother a good player. But.
Yeah. So maybe talking a little bit more general, like you already told us a lot about like your ideas for like game and level design, but like in general, what would you say that your level design philosophy is, and was it different between like the people in the team?
Yeah, so I think I'm just obsessed with like things that are really hard. I think like when someone's like mastered something that's like ultra technical, I think it's just a melee thing. It's just once you start to understand the stuff that's going on in melee, and then you watch like a good player, it's just like it's staggering, like how wild this stuff is that's like baked into their intuition and like into their like that game. It's like it's too much to think about, so you're not thinking about it when you're playing. You have to bake everything into your intuition and then flow. And like watching that is just like I've always just been like really obsessed with that. I think it's a really beautiful thing, like the mastery, right? And so my approach to level design has always been a little skewed towards that, like quite skewed really towards that. It's like really hard for me to make simple levels, like levels without a ton of spikes. It's like that was like kind of the joke during dev, if I remember. It was like would we just like add spikes and everything. But because it was like when we needed easier levels, we would like everyone made levels. Me, Lexi, Mary, Matt, Terrence, Johnny made a level, I think. And yeah, it tended to be like mind blowing too hard. And yeah, I don't know. In terms of like my level design philosophy, it was just make a platform, feel what my hands wanted to do, add that, and then repeat, pretty much. Which I don't think is like the best way. Like I said before, I really like, if I look at like the user levels now, it's like people are just way better at designing Dustforce levels than I was. Like and yeah, so I'm not about to like toot my own level design horn. I don't think it's like I don't think it's something I'm particularly good at. But yeah, just making geometry that highlights the things that I thought were cool about the movement, like tight gaps, interesting slope sequences, and then usually there would be like a specific sort of compass for a level. Like I'd be like, this one I want, like it's called like Clock Tower. I want it to be like really vertical and like lots of tight little wall jumping sequences. And so I would have like some general idea like that, and then do the thing that I said before, where I would make a platform and then feel what my hands wanted to do.
Yeah. Going to more maybe technical things. So we had these questions. First of all, like Dustforce, it's its own engine, right? You mentioned that the first prototype was was not completely you, but the actual game is a custom engine. And
Yeah. It's probably mostly questions from Matt, because I think a bunch of those decisions were because of needing large level size and texture streaming. I think, if I remember correctly, like Matt was inspired by Rage. One of the id software engines had this like new texture streaming method, and Matt was like interested to see if he could do that, and also I guess it was necessary, like Lexi was saying earlier. Yeah, I think a bunch of those questions are probably from Matt, but
yeah.
But yeah, for this or that reason, I think Game Maker was also a lot worse back then. I'm not sure if it could do Dustforce now, like the full version of Dustforce. I'm not sure if it is capable of that now, but at the time it definitely wasn't. And so that was why we had to make our own engine. And Matt is a total wizard, so he did that.
Yeah, because then you also made this choice of programming everything in AngelScript, which is a bit of a kind of an unusual choice, even though it's quite popular in games, especially from 10 years ago.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. I was not programming at all at the time.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I had a really cursory understanding of programming. And there was always this dynamic
choice. Yeah.
There was always a sort of dynamic of, I would be like tentatively like, hey, let's see, like how difficult is this thing? How difficult is that thing? And like, my sense of like which things were hard and which things were easy was really underdeveloped. And so there was all of that going on. I would like have some idea and then ask, and they'd be like, no, that's ridiculous. Like you can't do that. That's way too hard. And yeah, like, but Lexi and Matt in chat would probably be able to answer what the decision making was behind AngelScript.
Talking a bit more like general things, a lot of really ideas that went into Dustforce, like adding the in-game replays, the fact that there is like the Atlas, which is the website to share custom maps, including an editor itself. All of these were kind of innovative at the time. Not a lot of games were doing those things. So how did they even come to mind to add all of these things to the game?
Yeah, I guess like can't remember what the original conversation was about replays. I think it was a bit late in development that we made replays. Yeah, like it wasn't from the very start that we were. Yeah, they were added last minute, like Matt's saying, and it ended up being like really massive that like we realized that quickly that was like a super important thing for a game that's so hard. Like the thing that's skyhooking you into like mastery is like watching just how much better people can be and like being inspired by that. And I don't think it had input display. I'm pretty sure that was something that someone else, like someone in the community added that, right?
Yes.
There's like,
yes.
Yeah, which is really cool.
It's in Dust mode. We will talk about that later. A little bit of a spoiler, but yeah, we will talk about input display and all the things that have been added, which are really, really interesting and really useful, to be honest, when playing the game.
It turned out to be like
replays was one of the best thing in the game, I think, and I think that everyone agrees with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the game would be like, it's like the soundtrack and the replays but it's just like doing so much heavy lifting for like the enjoyability of the game. It's like if it was only like this extremely hardcore thing that was totally like you're just alone in this space without like a beautiful soundtrack and without feeling connected to the other people playing it, it would
Mhm.
feel completely different and
Yeah.
probably really alienating. Yeah, very, very, very different. So those two things are absolutely critical, I think, for the game's success. A good decision.
Yeah. So,
Was it the last month, Alexi? The last month was replays. That's
ooh,
crazy.
okay. That's crazy to learn. So yeah, basically, you're saying that definitely you understood very quickly that replays were something that would have made the game more enjoyable and probably one of the reasons of its success. No. Uh,
Yeah.
on the contrary, what would be something that you can say, okay, this definitely turned people away?
Uh, um, I mean, as far as I understand, like the Nexus layout that I did originally was a big turnoff, or like a wall, like a difficulty wall. Um, I guess like not everyone plays games for mastery, for like depth and mastery.
Hmm.
And so the game is very much focused on that. It doesn't really, like people have said, it doesn't really have like a story or anything. Um, there's not a lot going on except like, hey, get really, really good at this like complex niche thing. And so I guess if you're like getting really good at complex niche things, then it's not going to be for you. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's
Uh,
probably a game that you enjoy because you get good basically, and the more you get good, the more satisfying it gets. At least in
right,
my
exactly.
opinion. Yeah.
Like that's the thing I think that I learned from Melee. It's like the games can be sort of transformative outside the game, and I think that's the reason I really like depth and mastery is that it forces you to learn a bunch of things about yourself in real life, like facing frustration and facing like seemingly insurmountable difficulty and like getting past these walls of like futility and persevering, etc. Like this is
Yeah,
all the stuff
yeah,
that like through Melee I learned like so much about myself and like um the yeah, I think games have like a pretty unique uh, ability to do that in among media, like to present you with a challenge that makes you ask questions about like who you are, right? And that
yeah.
sounds like maybe a little like lofty, but it's true, right? Like the like learning to deal with frustration
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
is huge in life, and that's part of the reason mastery is so cool. And just like the once you start getting really good, like the feeling of like looking back at where you were and then being like, oh my god, this thing that was like impossible is now completely free and I can do it like 500 times in a row. Um, like that's just really empowering. That's such a like satisfying, empowering feeling,
Yes.
right? Um, so at least that yeah, that's why I've always been obsessed with anime. It's the way it blurs, the way it crosses the boundary into your your real self.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like it's a game that resonates with certain people, and it's definitely like a winning concept for people who enjoy this kind of games. So maybe I would ask, when did you realize that this was something that people wanted, that people would appreciate, and that you really understood that okay, this is a winning concept. Maybe it was like after development or during development.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, there was already some precedent for like hard platformers in the indie scene, so we kind of knew that there was a an audience for it. But I guess the when we released the first trailer and there was this like really positive reaction, I think we got like an article on a bunch of different articles on various different gaming news sites, and everyone was like, "This looks incredible." I think that was like a moment where like, oh, this could be like an actual thing. Um, Yeah, I guess yeah, that first trailer, so way before 2 years before we finished the actual thing,
Mhm.
would have been like or like even maybe like when me and Lexi got became like when we were finalists in that competition, there was like because Lexi was still working at the, at the computer shop in Laney, and I was like um, up all night like refreshing this page for the competition and like woke him up really early, and I was like, dude, like we're like we could actually like our game's pretty good, like let's fucking go. I don't know if I meant this on the street, but
Yeah.
um, the that was I guess a moment like felt like recognized. Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's kind of a game that maybe just because it attracted that specific audience, it, I mean, we are celebrating the 10-year anniversary, so it's kind of a was kind of a very successful long-term game. It has a lot of longevity. So, what are your thoughts about it? Did you think that it would
Yeah.
be like more successful, less successful in the long term?
I didn't think I really had specific ideas about like how big it would be, but I've always had a maybe a bit of a naive uh, belief or naive faith that if you just focus on making the thing as good as you possibly can, that's all you can really do. And so you just have some faith that your intuition about mechanics, like honed by how much you've played and like how much you've thought about it, just have some like um, faith that someone is going to recognize that, or like some group of people will vibe with it. And if you do that, it's hard for it to get ignored. I think like um, if you just put your best effort in, and then I think like also it has to do with the design approach of just tool set. The giving players enough tools to like be creative, I think is huge. Like instead of trying to dictate to the player like how the game should be played, I do think Dustforce actually still does that to some degree. It's pretty linear, but like but giving people tools to solve problems, I just have like a default belief that like in the or default like respect for the creativity of the player base. Like they're gonna solve all the problems that you can't even imagine, right? Like all the things that like are all the issues they're gonna run into trying to master the thing. Like if you give them enough tools, there's gonna be like some solution and they're gonna enjoy it.
Yeah.
Sort of the way I think about it.
So going on to another like point of view. So now there is of course this very active community which is all there watching right now. But like during all these years, did you notice this activity in the community? Did you notice something about it? Was there something that really was interesting for you that you said, ah, look, they did that?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mean, periodically for quite a long time, I was like checking in on like where the meta was and like what the top replays looked like, and being impressed and amazed. And then that website DustKid was just like so cool to see like people caring about it enough to like, make these community resources to play the game better and to like to share things, and that stuff's been really cool. I've had, I guess, pretty like varying amounts of like attention that I've paid to it, just because I've been like exploring other things in life and working on other things, and I think also there's like something where proximity to something for ages, like when like working on something for like 2 years, there's like to some degree you can't see it the way everyone else
Yeah.
sees it, like
Yeah.
and so that maybe has stopped me from like actively playing it and participating like as much as maybe I should have. But yeah, like I mean, yeah, it's obviously incredibly heartwarming and beautiful that everyone has explored the game to the extent that they have and like are still enjoying it. And it's just yeah, it's just really cool. And I love you guys.
I think it's reciprocal. So you were mentioning briefly before that you saw that people are like doing maps right now that you're really impressed with. So have you any thoughts specifically about the new Atlas maps, the scripts that people are putting in the game today?
There was like a compilation video I watched of some player playing a bunch of custom maps. I don't really know specifics. I just have watched some footage of like the modern level design, and it's crazy. Like, yeah, I like I don't know really names or or specifics as much as I should, but there's some crazy stuff going on. It's just really, yeah. I remember there was like people using the like zip line, that little glitch where you put the like upward angled
Yeah.
like 45-degree like half like quarter tile slopes, and you like stack them on top of each other and you can like zip upwards. Like people using teleporters and using like the checkpoint system in novel ways and stuff like that. It's really, really cool. And yeah, I mean also just like the degree of understanding people have now about the mechanics, like exactly how fast you can go and exactly what types of jumps you have access to, various points, like just enables them to design way crazier sequences than anything I could make. It's like level design and movement are pretty like inextricable from one another in a way, and so as the movement gets like better and better understood, the level design is just going to get crazier.
Yeah.
So it's been really sick to see.
Yeah. So about your personal thoughts, what would you say would be like your favorite part if you look back at you making the game and of course the other people at Hitbox? What would you say that it's your favorite part?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I feel sort of nostalgic for. Like, I've always had maybe like an unhealthy obsession with the late night, like hard hours game dev. We're just sort of up late for like we always call it the churn. I've always really liked doing that kind of thing, like bringing my computer over to a friend's place and just staying up really late and working on stuff. It's just there's something cozy about that to me. And so thinking about that whole period, like I mean, there were a bunch of points when I was distracted by like watching StarCraft 2 and stuff, but that whole like era was just like is very nostalgic and close to my heart. Like it was towards the end we were in Cincinnati. It was really nice. Like we were staying at Terrence's apartment, and Lexi, me and Lexi and Matt and I think Johnny was there for a little bit as well, and that whole period of time was really cozy and fun, and also extremely stressful and difficult and nerve-wracking. But yeah, I guess just the closeness, like you end up becoming brothers, you know, you work very closely together on something difficult. Yeah.
So now the most important question, like, who is your favorite janitor?
I gotta say Dust, man.
Okay.
The first one I drew. I remember like I'd already drawn Dustman like a bunch before I drew the other ones, and then it was like one drawing all of them in a group where I designed the other three. Like the other three weren't designed individually. It was like a group shot, and then it was like, oh yeah, those are kind of perfect. And then, but yeah, like I guess Dustman's proportions and everything, and his hat. I just like his attitude.
Yeah, I love the nose. I really love the nose, personally. So where are the devs now? What are you guys doing, like in solo or group projects? What are you up to?
Yeah, so everyone's working on various other projects now. We were working on Spire for a really long time in the States. And that's a long story that eventually we'll address properly. Like, it's kind of has a lot of aspects to that story and a lot of lessons that we've learned. And it, we owe it to everyone to like address that story properly. But we are not working on that now. We're all sort of just working on our own projects. I'm definitely working on something which I'm really, really excited to show everyone. I really wanted to show everyone today, but I can't. So
yeah, no, no worries. Yeah. Everyone will be super curious when you will be able to.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be fun. But so I'm back in Australia working with my friend Kaylin on that, and Terrence is in Taiwan right now, and Lexi's in the States, and he's got a whole project that is going to be announced at some point as well. But yeah, like this year, like we've kind of let the website fall into disrepair and all sort of vanished off the map a little bit. But I think it's like there was a lot to process with like with what the last decade or so as with what's going on in the last decade. But I think it's like about time we're all sort of like re-energized on dev and working on new stuff, and probably do like a site update at some point soon, and exist again. I don't know.
Yeah, and at this point I would just to finish up, I really have to ask a very strong community request that has been asked many times. Can you please patch Dustforce?
What's wrong with him?
I think it's I don't know. It seems a tiny bit of me.
He's just old. I don't know. Like
yes. Okay, thank you so much, Woodley. It was really a pleasure to have a chat with you. Everyone, I'm sure that everyone was happy to hear your thoughts, and it was really a pleasure to have you in for the anniversary. So we'll be right back actually for the next segment. We're taking a 1-minute break. Next segment will be about Dust Mod, which is the main mod for Dustforce, and we are going to talk with the MSG, with the Dust Mod developer. Okay, we'll be right back.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. This has been really fun.
Hello, we're back. So we're back now with MSG. MSG is the creator of Dustkid.com and Dustmod. And it's really an example of how the community really wanted to right away to have external tools for Dustforce to help play the game better, basically. So it's how did this go is that actually one of the first examples is that there was a website called Dustworth, which basically had already the leaderboards available outside of the game. So that was already like a good resource. It looked really great. And after, like, actually during already when Dustworth was live, MSG actually had another project of his own that he wanted to develop. And so that was the start of Dustkid. So tell us, MSG, first of all, hello. And
Hi.
tell us, how did Dustkid start?
Yeah, so I started playing the game right after DX came out. I think my first replay was like a week later. And I was really into the game, started watching Twitch streams, and eventually found myself on the IRC, which is where people hanged out at the time. And it seemed like there was a need for character-specific leaderboards and like an ability to share replays. So I messed around a little bit with that, and I came out with Dustkid in like the March of 2015. And basically all it was at the time was you could configure your client, your Dustforce client, to send its replays to Dustkid instead of directly to Hitbox's server. And it would just record all your replays and then had like maintained its own leaderboards that were character specific. So yeah, we can see on the Dustkid website, there's some like icons that you can switch between the leaderboards for each character. And that was basically all Dustkid was for a while. You got these character specific leaderboards, and you had all the replays ever that you submitted you could reference and share with people. As long as they also had Dustkid set up on their client.
Yeah. So at this point, basically, Dustkid was a website, but then it started grow with more and more functionality, right?
Yeah, and shout outs to Blue Dragoon for being the first person to trust me and install it. Running these sketchy install instructions. But yeah.
Yeah, so like one of the things that definitely started to be interesting is when, for example, we mentioned it before with Woodley, like when we had the input display for Dustforce, no? First in the website itself, and then actually in Dustmod. So at some point, yeah, it started being not limited only to the website, but actually you started to develop Dustforce itself.
Yeah, started with Dustmod. But yeah, so it initially started with, I started reverse engineering some of the binary formats in Dustforce itself. So we started looking at the replay format. And some people had done this earlier, but we were able to extract the input stream that's stored in the replays itself, and there's some additional metadata that was interesting and let us do stuff like Apple leaderboards. But yeah, being able to like see the actual inputs did enable like a first wave of anti-cheat, basically. That wasn't really my intention initially, but yeah, we were able to see that there was some use of like macros to repeatedly spam dash. And we were able to clean those out of the leaderboard. But yeah, then eventually I started working on looking at the angel script. So I wrote a disassembler so that I could actually look at the internal angel script bytecode and get an understanding of what was going on. And so some of the earliest mods that came out of that you could call Dustmod were like I noticed there was a Boolean flag, global flag that said like Minecraft mode or something. So naturally, I turned that on and saw what happened, and it turned the game into something like Minecraft. So it made it so that all the tiles that you attack would be destroyed as though they were dust blocks. I remember sending that to at the time Fish McMuffins, now Amber Loves Archie, and they it was pretty funny to see them play that on stream. And yeah, at the time it was just me sending people a modified script file. But yeah, so I right. So we also, there's some other interesting things. There was a debug mode that showed a lot of like the internal workings of the game. So we shared that with some people who were like interested in tasking or interested in like working on strats. We also found the deleted hawk sprite.
Yes, we can show that.
Yeah. So at around the same time, I was also working on a tool called Dustmaker, which is just a Python library that lets you programmatically create Dustforce levels. So along with that tool, I was able to, and like looking at the disassembly, was able to see that there should be this hawk entity, and was able to add it using that tool. And so yeah, Dusthawk was found, and this was the original level that was released with them. It was just downhill with the enemies replaced with hawks.
Yeah, we can play it again.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, after talking to the devs, they were just, it was something they were working on, but it was never completed. They have an interesting quirk where they will attack your cursor, or some of their movement is based on your cursor. Yeah. So still working on the scripts. At one point I accidentally gave myself, or I intentionally gave myself infinite jumps, but I accidentally forgot to disable the part where replays aren't submitted. So at one point I had worst world record on this end, which is what we're playing now, which some people may remember. Yeah, accident. My bad. I made a little bit of extra work for Terrence that day, I think, to clear it.
Yeah, this is hilarious. So, okay, while this finishes playing, so at some point, actually, Dust mode became kind of, okay, now it has distinct. So it kind of, Dust mode was made semi-official, no? Because you were actually given access to the source code. You would have like a lot more powerful tools to actually modify the game and build tools around it. Right? Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so yeah, at some point I think this was through talking with What is a Phone, who was also interested in doing Dustforce reverse engineering, and was talking with Hitbox team themselves. He just suggested to the Hitbox team that they share the game script so that I could continue, it would make modding easier, and that's basically what happened. So yeah, at some point I got the actual game script, the source to the game script that I had been editing. This was distinct from the engine, which does like the texture streaming and the level streaming. The game script just has the game logic. So some of the early things that happened once I had the game script, like Dustmod was more of an official thing that I could more easily distribute. Like it was easier to like control when replays are submitted and such. And some of the earliest features were the in-game input display, which is usually located in the bottom right if you're playing with Dustmod. And then yeah, so there were a couple small features. Like one of the big features was that we added sublayer fog triggers to maps. Because one of the issues that map makers were having was that if you apply really saturated, I'm not sure if that's the right word. If you apply really saturated fog colors that dramatically change the color of tiles and dust, it would make the tile and dust have the exact same color, which made it difficult to distinguish. So adding sub-layer fog triggers kind of changed the game and made it so you could use these extreme fog triggers and still be able to distinguish dust and tiles. And there were a ton of like other peripheral quality of life things, but those were the two that kind of stood the test of time that people really still use. Yeah.
Yeah. And then actually, this mod also added a lot, like accessibility to a lot of community content, no? Which now are accessible within this mod itself. Like, okay, multiplayer Nexus, yes, we will talk about that a little bit later. But the community lobby. So if you go to the community lobby right now, there is a lot of stuff here. There is the daily. This is one new map every day. There is the Nexus Gallery, which collects a lot of basically new collection of levels, which we will talk about this later. There is the event gallery here. All of this content is now accessible through the mod itself, through the game itself.
Yeah, and I can't take credit for any of that. Like most of this content is created and curated by the rest of the community. But yeah, Dustmod itself became a way of distributing this content.
Mm-hmm.
So so now when you download or update through Dustmod, you'll automatically get all of this additional content that the community.
It's a ritual for every new event that we have. Download Dustmod, then update Dustmod. So that's a ritual that we all have after every new announcement in the Discord. Another thing that is amazing is the addition of multiplayer, no? Because not only you got the script source code for the game from Hitbox, but at some point you got access to the engine itself.
Yeah, and if I remember how this went down was I don't remember exactly how I ended up with the engine source code other than asking very nicely. And Hitbox team was eventually nice enough to share it. So one of my main goals once I got access to that source code is I wanted to add multiplayer to the game. I don't remember if I had messed around with simple naive multiplayer before I got access to the engine or not. But yeah, so my main interest was adding rollback-based multiplayer to the game. It was sort of difficult to do because the game wasn't like initially written with that in mind, so I was kind of trying to retrofit that onto the game. So one of the main enabling components to that is being able to quickly save and load state. So multiplayer sort of enabled a lot of frame advance techniques that existed today, but it wasn't really my intention to enable those things. Do we have a replay of?
Yeah, this is a replay of a multiplayer map. A very different map than what you would usually do, because this is really thought for multiplayer.
Yeah, so this was a map that Twinkie had made for multiplayer specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we set it up so you can play multiplayer you can play it on the original stock maps. We have a special at Nexus now.
So like if you go here, this is basically, I mean, if you are in a multiplayer game, you can play the original Nexus, but there are also some Nexuses that are like for a specific map done for 2 players or 3 players or 4 players, basically.
Yeah, and you can also play the multiplayer modes that were originally created in the game by Hitbox team themselves, which could be
showing them before.
It can be fun. It's a little bit jarring sometimes because the rollbacks kind of like you can see rewinds a lot with the way that rollback is implemented, so it can be a little bit jarring if you're trying to play over a high latency connection, but it works.
Yeah. And then an incredible consequence of multiplayer was the fact that we have in-game task tools. So for analyzing the game and understanding the states and so on, I can switch them on quickly. So now I have a few active here. So for example, you can see all the states when you change from one state to the other, which, as you were telling me, this was a consequence of actually adding the netcode.
Yeah, specifically the ability to save and load states was a consequence of adding netcode. And that just made it so much easier to do full level tasks. Before that, we actually had a task tool that existed before any of this frame advance stuff, where you would just, on the Dustkit website, you would just manually enter in the input stream you want to use in your replay, and then you would compile that replay and download it and watch it in your client and see what happens. Then you'd make an adjustment one frame in advance and do it again. So there was this really long stream of, at the time, the Bird of Prey doing this on beginner tutorial, and it took forever, and it was hard to make changes once you'd gone past it. Yeah, it was a tough experience. But now with save states, now you can like work on inputs, and then you can immediately jump right to where in the replay you're modifying and see how your minor changes make a difference. Or you can even do the inputs manually frame by frame, and rather than using a text-based editor.
Yeah, that's really a great tool, and overall, we are getting so much functionality and new updates basically to the game thanks to Dust Mod, and it's truly amazing what is possible now beyond what was initially intended in the game itself. So, so now basically there is you who work on Dust Mod, but also there is also C. There are two people working on Dust Mod right now, right?
Yeah, so I don't even remember how long ago it was. I want to say like a year-ish ago. We talked to the Hitbox team to make sure we could share the game scripts code with C. And since then, he's been adding a bunch of extra content to DustMod. I think a lot of it is in map making tools and quality of life tools, which I haven't personally experienced that much. I don't know if we have C in chat or all to comment, but yeah. I mean, shout out to C in general for just like being one of the main content creators for Dustforce.
Yeah, definitely. I think we will show some maps later. But yeah, there are like I have them active right now because I was using them. But these are like this is not the original editor. This is the advanced tools made by C. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess one thing I forgot to mention is that after I got access to the engine, I also created this scripting interface, which a lot of modern maps use, and the advanced tools. I think this is the one that's a script based, so it's using the scripting interface to augment the editor, but you can also augment levels, and some of the like earliest really cool uses of scripts came from C. So yeah.
Yeah, this is added as a plugin, by the way. Yeah, this is really like a lot of improvement for basically every aspect of the game. So that's absolutely wonderful. Okay, so now let's move on a little bit. Thank you very much, MSG. This was really interesting to learn more about DustMod. DustMod in general is really a great project for everyone who plays the game today. It really offers so many more improvements, and yeah, it really is great. So
thanks for having me.
So we'll take a very short break now. We'll be back in a minute with Angrevol again. We'll be joined also by Hourglass, who is also an extremely good player for hard custom maps. And that's actually what we are going to talk about next. We are going to talk about custom maps. So we'll be right back. Hello, we're back. Hello, Angrevol and Hourglass.
Hello.
Hello. So you're both very expert in custom maps, in playing custom maps, and Dustforce has a lot of custom content. So we saw a little bit before. It has a wonderful editor. It's actually a very simple editor to use, even for like beginners. But even like the most refined maps, they are made with that editor, so it's actually super powerful. And yes, there are like more advanced tools, like more or less what I showed before, and even like more programming stuff behind it. But again, even very highly polished maps are done with the Dustforce editor. So that's a really powerful tool that we have. But also there is another side of it. There is the Atlas, which is a website where we actually share the custom maps. And yeah, that's basically a treasure for like going through the content that has been done by the community. So, Angrevol, Hourglass, what can you tell us about the Atlas? You both have played a very large portion of it.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit. The Atlas is mainly just the way to share custom maps. There's an integration directly in the game to upload custom maps, to just publish them, give them a quick description, a couple tags to try and explain what they are, and give them a thumbnail. A thumbnail which, as you can see right now, we have a pretty big collection of.
Yeah, these are all the custom maps on the Atlas. Asterisk.
Yeah, all minus a couple. But yeah, this should be definitely most of them. I'm sure most people in the chat will recognize at least one or two of these thumbnails pretty quickly. Yeah, the advantage of Atlas for Dustforce is the fact that you can just click a button and basically start playing the level directly. Wasn't always that easy. Before Dust mod, would have some issues sometimes with permissions and stuff like that. So it did go through a little bit, and Dust mod kind of made this a little bit easier. But it's definitely a great tool, both to share maps directly from the game, directly from the screen right out of the editor, and just play them. Just click a button, start playing them.
Yeah, and just a little background on customs. They were actually not available on release, but implemented in an update in May of, I believe, 2012. And Atlas, with the ease of sharing, what ended up happening was a lot of people ended up streaming Dustforce, and when they streamed Dustforce, then the other players of Dustforce would come, and then they would recommend the maps and use Atlas, and it was just like really easy and accessible.
Yeah, it's a classic. Recommending custom maps in the Twitch streams is a really a classic.
Yep.
So we have maps since, as you were saying, since almost the release of the game, since 2012. So how did they change over the years?
Yeah, so there was an evolution in player skill and editor knowledge, and that progression of player skill, it enabled map makers to have like a new understanding and perspective of how to craft gameplay for their maps. And this gradual development of gameplay, it pretty much led to maps today, which often involve keeping the player busy with higher actions per minute than, say, the early maps. And regarding the early maps, they focused on platforming styles similar to other platformers, and the clash of the more traditional style of level design to Dustforce's more nuanced one helps create emergent gameplay, which can be seen in the innovation in platform geometry that Woodley mentioned earlier, that emphasizes Dustforce specific mechanics. So
Yeah,
there was go ahead.
Yeah, no, listen.
Yeah, so go ahead. My bad.
I was just saying, what you have on the screen right now. So that was one of the first maps on that list. That was a 1-1 remake. So that's as Hourglass was saying, focusing on kind of older platformers kind of style, just like remaking levels that are reminiscent of other games, but also trying to not really focus too much on what made Dustforce, and more, I made a map that's kind of a platformer map. This is a platformer map, just a general kind of one, and try and play it with Dustforce mechanics. That's how Glass was saying. This kind of brought in a lot of new techniques, like kind of forced people to try and find ways to go faster on these maps that were kind of working against Dustforce's core mechanics. You can see right there on this one, that's Castlevania map, or like, well, a little bit of a Castlevania inspired one, where the path isn't even very easy to see, right? Like in most Dustforce maps, the path is pretty simple. You kind of know where to go, you kind of know where the end is. Here, for example, going up is not very much the the easiest thing to guess. But yeah, that progressed a lot, and now we're getting much easier to play maps within Dustforce mechanics, to a point which we needed to get better. We needed to get more difficulty, right? So we needed to get higher APM, as Hourglass was saying. We should have something for that. And I think Hourglass can probably talk about this more than me, since he's played more of these higher APMs map.
Yeah, just to finish up the thought I had, so there was also like a notable improvement of map spacing and flow. And yeah, regarding like higher APM and stuff, I think nowadays map makers are pretty diligent about how players are able to move and interact within a given area. And you can really see that, and how map makers and players themselves express themselves through how they play the characters through the maps. And in terms of camera development, initially they were used to show where to go, but map makers were able to learn how to hide apples and secrets. So cameras were later refined to the point where players would have to deviate enough from the normal intended route to find the secrets that map makers had hidden in their maps.
Yes, on that actually, on the Apple secrets being kind of hidden pretty well, so that the camera dodges them pretty well. You'd have some of the earlier maps, which didn't really have that mastery of camera control, where you need to break the camera. You need to do a little bit of a glitch to break the camera to be able to go get the apple. And you can notice that in replays. We don't really have one, but you could notice that in replays where the camera would start jittering because the replay would have the camera broken, but the game that you're watching this on really wouldn't. It would just be running normally. So there was definitely a lot of improvement on the camera control.
Yeah, and there definitely was new tech found, and map makers also made custom maps to kind of showcase it, and for really useful ones, it was implemented within the flow of new customs, such as boost maps, spike jump maps, etc.
Yeah, like whenever there was a new tech, someone would just release a map, would just make a single map. Here's that one tech. Here's how you can do it, and then you get a bunch of maps just coming from that, where it would be, well, no, I've used this tech in a real map, or I've used this tech like 10 times in a row. Those kind of things. It's pretty good way to share about new tech, share about not just the maps that you're trying to make, but maybe ways to approach certain designs. Pretty good overall for that, definitely.
Yeah, and then I mean, there are so many new ideas, but also there is a kind of organization, like thought put into some of these maps. For example, the one that I just showed is part of a nexus itself, which is focused on one of these techs, which is like having high action per second, high attacks in general. So what about these map packs or custom nexuses? What can you tell us about them?
So
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So early on, it seemed that it was like an individual effort because there was difficult map packs, specifically the desk difficult and the terror difficult. But around 2014, there started to be collaborative map packs, such as the Virtual Nexus. But also in 2014, we had Nuclear Zone, which was an individual map pack by Prankdead. And then we had Arcade, which was another collaborative map pack in around June 2016. And then we had New Genesis in August of 2016 by Twinkie, an individual map pack.
Yeah, so you can see how we had quite a bit of an announcement at the start, where it was just a couple of maps kind of put together, and then like straight nexuses, or in the case of one we're gonna see in just a second, even a trailer for a map pack, which seems kind of weird, but it did happen. You can see, so right there, what you can see is Insanity, which was from, I believe, was the second map pack that we could find. The first one being the Death Difficult. This is the first map of the second map pack. This one focused on really hard levels, like nearly Yota tier. Depending on how familiar with Yota, it could be harder, could be easier. All of these maps were just intended to really try and push the general difficulty. You didn't really have that many hard maps that were hard in the design, more than just hard to play because maybe they don't really mesh well with Dustforce mechanics. So this was the very first one, part of the map pack, Insanity. There was two others. This map pack was 3 maps. We had one that was ridiculous, obviously focused on the color red, and the last one, Orange, focused on orange. We have the next, like the actual next map pack. I think there might be some other ones, but the next very prominent one was the Virtual Nexus, which actually had a Nexus, wasn't just a map pack. And you can see right there, Ftala, which I think is the last level, right? Algas?
Correct.
Yeah. So those, you can tell, had a lot more emphasis on like flow, but like compared to just difficulty, obviously. But that wasn't just a single person effort, as Douglas was saying. For the third difficulty, we only had one person. It was just Magna Brain, I believe. And
Yes.
for this one, can't remember exactly who was doing Virtual Nexus. Do you know, Douglas?
The Virtual Nexus was collab maps. I don't remember who the individuals are though.
Okay, but yeah, it was quite a few map makers, and I think that was one of the the first actual big collaborative effort of a few map makers making some sort of map pack and a custom Nexus together.
Right, and this is the
yeah.
Dischroma Topsia map pack, and it's a collection of difficult maps that are based on like specific characters. Like you're intended to play specific characters and navigate through pretty tight spaces, but there's like a good amount of flow to the gameplay.
Yeah, you'll see that if you try playing these levels over the characters, it's gonna require a lot more advanced tech. It's gonna be kind of against the flow of the map. You'll have to adjust your position every time. Actually, Hourglass has done quite a few of these.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, recently, like for example, the Duskade on Glaucoma, which was the Dustforce map. So yeah, you have the
right.
Which was the last one technically, since it was more or less in order. Required a lot of just weird tech, like just doing weird dead legs at specific parts or juggling enemies a little bit more than you really should.
Yeah, definitely. So when you play characters that aren't intended for the map, you, like Angle said, you really have to find strats that work for that character, that specific character, and you know it is also part of player expression through using that character for a map, you know, that they weren't intended for. So it's really fun for me finding those kind of things, I guess.
That's true.
Yeah, speaking of fun, there has been also some very, very fun, unusual things done by the community in terms of custom maps, right?
Yeah, quite a bit. Especially lately, when Dustmod got advanced enough and people got a good understanding of Angel script and started writing pretty big scripts, pretty elaborate ones, we started seeing game recreations. We've had the original one actually was from MSG, I believe. He basically changed the player to a ball, and the entire gameplay was you have to bounce yourself and you have to roll yourself with a little bit of physics, like rotating in the air turns you the opposite direction, and you know just general physics. Down way, that's what you had to play. It was just a Dustforce level. You were just a ball, and you had to bounce and roll till the end. And you were seeing just before Fly Wrench, recreation by Alex PD, I believe. Hexawave right there. I think Inda did that one, which is recreation of the game Waveland, which is also another like Smash inspired game. And we've had some more elaborate ones sometimes. Like for example, we've had the Meat Boy one, and that one recreates a lot of the mechanics. It's not quite perfect. The feel is a little bit different, but mostly everything should behave the same in terms of tile count, in terms of movement. It's pretty sick. Some of these levels are actually recreation of the original levels in the game. So right there, you get the couple areas in Meat Boy. So this was the Soul Factory right there. So each of these like small levels for this Meat Boy level was representing one of the levels, or well, not exactly, but pretty closely, one of the levels in the original hubs of Meat Boy. And you have to get those bandages, kind of the same as the original game.
This is absolutely impressive.
Yeah, so Alex, who did this one, Used to run mid-boy at some point. I also did used to run mid-boy, so that's probably why we're not many to have tried to do this map the secret way. But it's pretty fun. It's a pretty fun thing to add.
Yeah, so maybe we finished watching this. I think it's nice. Yeah.
No, the part after the midway part is not great. I gotta say,
Okay.
disclaimer.
Okay, then we go on, because then we have another incredible complete change of the Dustforce mechanic. Minesweeper.
Damn, look at that speed. Hourglass was playing this just earlier, actually.
Yeah.
How did
Yeah.
it go?
I wasn't
Hourglass?
able to PB, but I did actually end up winning, so we'll
Hey,
take
man.
those, you know?
Good enough. This one's pretty sick. So that's an example of just recreating a completely different game. Because Midboy, has similar platforming elements. Some for Fly Range, some for Waveland. Being good at this map does not mean you're good at Dustforce, and obviously the opposite is true. If you're good at Dustforce, you're gonna get bodied. Doesn't matter.
True.
This is one of those cases where it's so different from the original one, that you'd show this to someone, and if they don't notice the timer on the bottom, or the replay name, or if you're just playing it, they won't tell you it's Dustforce. Not anyone will. But this is definitely one of those very interesting ones where the recreation of the game is not all that complex, but the fact that you can still do it within what's limited of NGScript is pretty sick. You get a lot of freedom within map making.
Yeah. And then we have another example of completely different game with Tetris. This one is a recent one.
See, I mean, this one's much easier for those players. I mean, these are just platforms, right? So, I mean, simple. Talk about that. I think Lotus was there in chat. When does he beat this time? Fowler cannot be allowed to keep the record forever. But yeah, these are super sick. Just completely different systems. -1 there.
Oh yes, there is an apple. And you can totally get this apple.
The apple is the secret grade.
And then we have more classic apple secrets.
Right, so yeah, we also had apple secrets as like one of the great fun things that the community has made. Sometimes just very elaborate. So this is a pretty short example of one.
Yeah, maybe let's talk about apples first. So apples are hidden secrets in the game. We were talking a little bit with Woodley before. They are just there to be nice in the game. Yeah, but this has given like inspiration to a lot of people to put apples as like additional secret in the game. So we have apple leaderboards now. So we can track if a level has been completed with an apple, and this of course has inspired some people to go apple hunting.
And definitely another thing, which was to do the apple SSS. So right here you can tell that he keeps hitting the apple to keep his combo up while doing the secret to try and keep maintaining combo, so you can get an apple SS. That's something that we did find new tech for recently with the old orphaned attacks, where you can be able to hit an apple, and so we can count it as hitting an apple while not actually hitting it, not getting combo for it. So for some sections, obviously not this level, because you do need to actually use the apple for a secret, but for some levels that have pretty complex apple secrets, you can actually manage to not have to carry like the apple the entire way, or even keep combo to where the apple is. As long as you get there without any combo at all, you can manage to do the secret with a couple pretty precise inputs.
Yeah, this is another very elaborate Apple secret
Yeah,
for
this
this
one
Halloween themed map.
this one's a lot longer. I think I let it speak for itself. This one was one of the first really big ones that C made, which actually included a lot of props, a lot of like custom props, custom like outlining effects for the characters, custom sounds, just kind of everything done with Dust mod and scripts that just didn't really exist natively in Dust mod. So this is just an any percent replay, an any percent secret, Apple secret replay, just for time because it's pretty long otherwise. I'll also say that the gameplay might not be great. Another disclaimer real quick. This might not be the best gameplay you've seen, but it should be serviceable enough for you to see the secret. For example, right here, the sequence with the pumpkin hook. That was entirely done through skeleton animations. So that's straight up scripted into the game with a bunch of props, and the text system that you can advance using the tone button that's nearly never used in the game. A lot of scripts ended up using the tone button because it was just a button that wasn't really useful for anything other than multiplayer.
Right, so
right there. Yeah, go ahead.
So this goes back into what I was saying earlier, where like obviously he went left, which deviated from the intended route, which was he was already facing right, but he went left, and then the camera started to pull and show him that there was more to the map than just what was over to the right.
Yeah, right there, for example, I'm just doing like a side quest to get more of those tokens. I got the feather at the very start. Right here, I'm trying to get something from that ghost on the left. Yeah, as Skyhook says in the chat, yeah, side quest. This is Dustforce. The very known RPG. Many quests, many items. Lots of equipments to get. So obviously here we're trying to complete the secret, and the secret requires us to do just a bunch of tiny elements. Also, right there, I got me confused pretty well because I actually dropped the 2 apples exactly on top of the other apples. I thought I lost one, but no, they're all there. All right, so now we're bringing the 3 apples to that character at the bottom. The 3 sacrifices. A bit more lore. So yeah, most of the secrets do end up being related to apples, just because of the original intent of apples, as Ludwig was explaining, just like kind of put in places that are kind of hard to explore, or like hard to discover if you're just playing the level and not actually exploring around. In this case, the apples changed a lot from the base game and became a lot more of a practical item. Just hit them a lot if you want to fly, hit them a lot if you want to get super, or in this case, side quest. Just bring them to a character, bring them to a certain place to activate something else, like in the previous level as well. To open the door, you didn't actually see that. So on the right side, after Skyhawk brought up the apple, and the apple disappeared, that actually opened the door that was on the right side. That was originally closed. So there was also like more scripting to do to make this work. Most of these maps are just really a really heavy workload. But I think the result is pretty worth it.
Yeah, now we are just giving the items. And I wonder what we get in return.
What should we get? Also, Miles, I was talking about the previous level, Inner Temple. This one was in Skyhawk. Skyhawk's run is much better. Oh no, it's another apple.
Yeah, one of the practical reasons why the conclusion of this kind of very elaborate apple secrets is that is the result is just another apple, is that because they are tracked.
Oh no, my apple.
So yeah. So people who actually go for Apple leaderboards, they have to see the secret, the full secret in this sense.
As I said, the gameplay wasn't great. I'm not vouching for this ending to be very good.
Well, look, I mean, mine is 20 minutes because I I wanted
Nice.
to just enjoy the story. Yeah. So, I mean, this is definitely like these are definitely super nice maps, but some are really, really, really memorable. No, what could be like your favorites? What do you think we should talk about more?
If we're talking, first of all, there's like the early maps, right? There's some maps that were done very early that you could think are pretty new because of how well made they were back then. Let's see, we've had Imagination by Mirk. That should be on screen.
Yes.
In a more general case, I guess, maybe not too subjective, more of an objective way. Most maps that were in CMP are kind of regarded as bad now, but they were pretty good originally. They were chosen because they were pretty good, and that kind of gives you like an insight of how maps kind of were before, like Dustforce DX, I guess, and even before what we have like today in terms of modern map making. In modern maps, you'd have like the original Cyber Complex, which literally spawned the two sequels, two collab sequels, very big ones. This one over there on screen, that's Balma's first Dustforce auto level, which works with every character, by the way. The endings might differ, but you can try every character on this level, which is Exec Funk Let's Dust.
Yeah.
Every character on this
Auto
level.
level here is meant in the fact that you don't need to play this level.
Yeah, you don't play this.
There are
Just
zero
boot it up.
inputs.
You just put down the controller, put on the keyboard, you know, and just let it play. Yeah, as Bert was saying in chat right there, the CMP was intended to just showcase custom maps to people, and well, considering custom maps are still going to this day, as we showed earlier, we have 10,000 of them, more actually, a bit more than 10,000. Yeah, worked pretty well. This one, very interesting one, full isometric display, like full isometric kind of trick of the eye a little bit, by Mirk.
Due to the lighting and shading.
Yeah, this one can definitely hurt your eyes if you're not ready for it. This one was really sick as well. It was kind of just trying to recreate a completely different art style, a more simplistic one, and one that just doesn't look like Dustforce. Just using normal tiles, like virtual tiles, overlapping them. Just really sick idea. You show this level without the character. I think most people wouldn't really expect that is Dustforce. Then I guess you had maybe some more modern ones that required a bit more mastery at the game. That were also pretty memorable. That might just be more of a subjective thing, but I think Hourglass can probably agree that Pyramid Tomb is pretty sick.
Right, and this definitely has like strats, that the stock maps don't have. Like this type of gameplay is definitely unique to customs.
Yeah, there's so many ideas there. Kind of keeps coming. It's one of those things where one of the other ways that maps advanced throughout the years, as we were saying, you'd get like very like specific kind of maps. At some point, like kind of more modern maps are very specific, and older maps were pretty general. You do get sometimes really big maps like this that are meant for difficulty or just long play, which keep putting different ideas in there. It kind of forces you to swap between tech or swap between styles nearly every action. It's pretty interesting. It kind of tests how well put together your skills are, like how your overall mastery of the game is.
That looked quite a bit hard.
Just
quite
a little bit.
The next one should possibly not be quite as hard. I think Hourglass, you did some pretty good runs on that one.
Yeah, so like as I said earlier, you can see how the geometry of the platforms and the walls, right? And you jump off it, your trajectory is like different than when the walls are like straight vertically. If it's like slanted, you get a different trajectory for your jump. So there's definitely like a flow to it.
Yeah, very deliberate geometrical ideas right there. Trying to force the player to get a certain arc. Actually, slant jumps, like from wall slants, those are pretty interesting because I think they might be the one geometry that keeps most of the characters together the most. So you don't get too many randomness, no matter what character is playing. Because that was one of the other challenges of custom maps was creating a map that works for every character, or well, in the case of Disco Matopsia and some of the maps, creating a map that only works for one character as far as possible, and well, at least works well. Obviously, we've had some cases where it's like, well, the map is gonna make first character, then another character gets the record because it's kind of working. Then kind of dealt with people trying to add filters to their map. Some examples. Like Jorfing Terror Drops. Jorfing Terror Drops is not really possible with any other character than Duskin. Just the start is like a straight filter for any character. And you've had quite a few of these. The hardest to make maps are probably the ones that are going to be very balanced for all characters. And I think Signal is definitely one of them, where it might not be the most balanced, but it's definitely one that you can play with any character and, well, have a pretty good time with.
So now it's time for story time.
Yeah, so
What about this map?
out of all of the maps that I've played, the one that stands out the most for me is definitely Loopcore. The reason for that is because when I started out this map, I remember starting it on stream. Someone just gave it to me. Was like, "Yeah, you should try this one," and I tried it, and I was stuck right there at that first area. I didn't know how to pass it until I got wind of the trick to just bonk your head on top of it. Finished this map in like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, something like that. It was pretty long for my first completion, for my first SD, and since I had used the editor, I was like, well, maybe I should put an actual time on the leaderboards that I've actually completed the map. So I went back into it, and I managed to finish the map in under 8 minutes. This kind of got me thinking, well, maybe maybe I can do this. Maybe I can actually assess this map. I didn't think at all. The first time I completed it, before I redid my run, I didn't think I would ever assess this in my entire life. As soon as I did my second run, I was like, this is an entire hour improvement. This might just be doable. This might not be easy, but this might just be doable. So granted for an entire weekend. Well, here we are, I guess. So this is the one map that kind of broke my conception of this map is too hard. I won't be able to do it. At this point right now, it's more, this map is really hard. I wonder how much it will take me to finish it.
Yeah, I had a similar experience to Anger Boy. You know, like we've cleared hard maps before, and people have told us how, like, you know, strong our mental is to do it. But even on this level, I felt like I hit a wall at points. But the thing that kept me going was to remind myself, you know, progression isn't linear. You know, there's peaks and valleys. And even me, I had moments of self-doubt. But there was also glimmers of hope too. And through perseverance and just playing through the map the whole way, even if I died, I was able to improve and then eventually get the SS.
Yeah, it's definitely something. The first time you see your first SC on a map like this, it's a little bit of relief. It's something like, wow, I guess I did come so far. It does seem kind of possible now. I just need to improve a little bit more, and every time just a little bit more. Obviously, it gets really hard at the end, but it's a harsh one.
Yeah, that it was really interesting to hear, like, the story of these really hard maps and what goes in one's head when you approach these kind of maps, because I think it's also relatable for people like picking up the game. I mean, of course, this is the extreme, but like for people who start the game and go the first time into Night Temple, for example, I think more or less the same kind of thought goes on in everyone's mind, I think, at any point. So it was really interesting to hear.
Definitely, especially after when you just go on a map, you just see SS replay, you just play it, and you're like, wow, damn, that's crazy. I'll never be able to do this. I bet these dudes have done it like, I don't know, like 5-10 minutes, you know, maybe an hour, something like that. For me, Duco was a week. For Hourglass, it was also a really long time.
50 hours, I believe. Just 50 hours just on this level.
It's a grind. The end result might look good, but the previous ones not quite so much.
Okay, Thanks a lot for this really nice conversation to you both. Again, the custom content for this game is really impressive, and thank you for walking us through it. So yeah, it was really interesting.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah. So now we take a bit of a longer break, like 5 minutes or something. And then we will be back. We will talk more about custom maps, but more from the map maker point of view. So we will talk about map makers and in general of the community behind Dustforce. So also for the speedrunning and the other achievements that this game has in terms of gameplay. We will have Skyhawk, Fresh, and Zanda coming up next. So I will see you in a few minutes. Hello, welcome back. So we're here with three great people from the community. Now we are with Skyhawk, who is one of the most consistent for Game Runner and also an Apple Secret enthusiast.
Hello.
Then we have Fresh, who is a top player Dustforce, has run Dustforce as GDQ. We really appreciate his participation today.
Hello.
And then we have Zanda, who is currently the rank 1 individual level player for Dustforce SOC levels.
Also, hello.
Okay, so first we start chatting a bit with Skyhawk. So Skyhawk, let's continue talking about custom maps. So we have seen that there are some really beautiful and difficult and easy and very wide variety of levels, and there is actually a big community behind it. No, there is a whole community that's making custom maps. So who are these people? What do they release? Where do they release? And how?
Yeah. So it was really cool to see that selection of custom maps on stream. I think most of the maps that get posted on Atlas are made by community members. We have sort of a Discord where we've got a map making channel and people can share their maps there and get feedback and improve their maps through that. But the editor is also just accessible to everybody who picks up the game. You can just go over to the level editor, make a map, and post it. And so, because Atlas is this kind of forum website, we're able to sort of recruit new members into the community that way. We can give them feedback on their map and drop a link to the Discord and say, hey, why don't you join us? And it's cool how we can kind of recruit new members that way. But yeah, so there's quite a few maps being made, pretty consistent stream. I'd say on average we get a few maps a week, but right now we're getting a bit more than that, I think, because of the custom league going on. So
yeah,
lots of maps being made, lots of maps being played. So it's really cool.
So what kind of maps are actually getting released? So there are big projects. We saw that there were some very polished maps there before, but that's not the only type of maps that are on the Atlas, right?
For sure. Yeah, I think the way we kind of like to talk about the maps is sort of grouping them based on their gameplay. So we've mentioned oh, this one's a boost map and this one's kind of a combat map or a climbing map. And so that kind of helps us sort of focus in on the kind of gameplay we're trying to make and the experience we're trying to create for people. And so there's a lot of different scales of polish in terms of if there's scripts and kind of things involved or the art. But there's also this sort of difference in the gameplay. So there's just a huge range of maps that can be made with the Dustforce level editor. It's just so versatile. One of the sort of common types of map we like to call is ramen maps, because it takes about as long as making instant ramen. I don't know if that explanation is really valid anymore, because there are people who have made ramen maps that take 2 hours. It'd be some pretty soggy ramen, but it's cool because the map maker doesn't have to stress too much about really polishing the map and making it perfect, and then we as players just get a bunch more content to play. So yeah, it's really nice. And then there's also just the projects you mentioned that are really polished. So there's a bunch of Nexus projects that get released. Dustforce Virtuals was mentioned, and then things like the Nuclear Zone. So yeah, those things, they just really stand alone, their own sort of thing. It's cool how the editor has this power that people can sort of make a complete game experience in the Dustforce engine, even before you consider all of the new tools that DustMod adds.
Yeah, and then they are all accessible, as we were talking before with MSG. They are accessible within DustMod in the community nexus. So everyone that just gets DustMod, download DustMod, and then you have access to this whole new experience for the game, basically.
Yeah.
So
one I just wanted to shout out, particular map makers. I didn't mention any names, So yeah, I think right now like the biggest map makers are probably like Dello and Zake and maybe Tempest, and they're like consistently putting out some really nice maps. But there's dozens of people that are making maps at any time, and it's just there's a nice stream of quality content being released.
Yes. So, what kind of tools do MapMaker have to make these very, very cool maps?
Yeah. So in the base game, the editor is pretty. It's complicated in that like it gives you a lot of power. There's a lot of tools that it gives you, and so some people are a little overwhelmed at first. But when you kind of break it down, it's pretty straightforward because the whole game is tile based and it's 2D, and so there's these brushes of tiles you can use, and so people will just like hop into the editor and then draw some tiles, place down the spawn, place down an ending, and there you go. You have a beautiful map. But then there's just all these other tools, both in the base game and released with Dustmod, that have been created to just raise the bar of quality. And so MSG has done a lot of work with Dustmod, just opening up the game engine, making new things possible. It's pretty much like its own game engine at this point. People just make completely new things, like we saw with the Minesweeper and Tetris. And C has added a bunch of quality of life stuff for map makers, just making these large scale operations easier for people to do quickly and easily. So shout outs to both of them for all the work they've done.
And also another really cool thing is that the scripts are really easy to reuse. No, we can share these scripts within the map making community, and like if someone does something really, really nice, it can just be repurposed or reused in other maps.
Yeah, exactly. There's a really close connection between the modders and the map makers, because people can just grab whatever the modders have done and just include it into their own level. So like things like swapping the order of layers to have like really close foreground objects, or outlining the player to get this nice like clean flat color scheme style. Those are some popular tools that have been created by the community.
Something that we see even in this one, in Midnight Graveyard, no? The enemy outline.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it really seems like this community is active and shares a lot, and is really cooperating to make really, really great content, no, in this game. So let's talk about that. So how big, how active is the community?
Yeah. So the community is mostly like we chat and do activities in a Discord group, which somebody can link in the Twitch chat. Compared to like maybe some of the really popular indie games like Celeste, it's maybe a bit small, but I think it's really active. There's hundreds of players when you count all of the speedrunners, the map makers, the modders, the tassers, everybody who just checks out Atlas once in a while or plays the daily map. And so I think it's this nice kind of medium size where it's like it's big enough where there's just all these things happening at once, but it's small enough where a new player can still join in and become like a well-known community member. Like for example, HGT has only been playing for a year and is already a top 10 any% player. So it's cool to see all the new faces still joining after 10 years.
Yes. So how does the community grow at this point? Because the game is 10 years old, so it doesn't have the push of the new game release. But we are still getting new people. So how does it happen?
Yeah, I think there's like a few sort of funnels in towards the community. I think one of them is just the music. And I think it's worth talking about on its own because so many people have just heard the soundtrack in various contexts. There's like channels who that's the only background music they play. And so people hear the music, they want to find out more about it, and they're like, oh, it comes from a game. Let's try this game. Mm-hmm. And so, they get into the game, they really like the gameplay, and so they end up joining the community. Another one is like streaming. So a lot of Twitch streams, whenever somebody streams it, it'll get posted in our Discord. So the entire community will show up, just telling them how cool this game looks.
Exactly. So the community knows when someone streams Dustforce. We have this very badly hidden secret that is the Dustbot, which just announce every new streams, and it's always an experience that the community really enjoys to just go to a new streamer and see how they're doing, how they're learning the game, and saying, posting in chat, this game looks cool.
You'll definitely see a few of these names there for sure. Other than that, I think maybe not so much recently, but there have been a few like prominent, just internet famous people who have played the game. I believe like Afro Moo plays the game occasionally, and so a lot of people have just come and tried the game because of they saw him playing it. So
yeah, and there are also few YouTubers that have either reviewed the game or put their essay mentioning Dustforce.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, we got a few players from those two. There was a very recent one in 2021 from Leon Massey, for example.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that one. So yeah, it's cool how there's like so many people just know about this game, and so it's cool when they decide to take that next step and join the community and start participating in events and stuff.
Yeah, Mathematosis is another one, yes.
Yeah. The final way that I think people, well, maybe not the final way, but yeah, another major way that people join the community is by seeing the speedruns that happen. And so the game has been to GDQ quite a few times.
Yes.
And that's personally how I started getting into the community is seeing that speedrun and really falling in love with the movement and wanting to get to that level of mastery.
Exactly. And actually we have some first-hand experience of the GDQ. We have a Fresh here that has been in the latest one, in the latest run that was a GDQ. And even though Dustforce might be a small game, the fact that it's so focused on speedrunning made it a very, very good choice to be at an event focused on speedrunning such as GDQ. So let's talk a bit more about this more competitive side of things with Fresh and Zanda. So what do you what can you tell us about the GQ experience and its relation with Dustforce?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about like in the beginnings. Like I think that Hitbox Team really hit the mark well by making a game that is satisfying to master and invites mastery. So there's always been a like really strong competitive side of the game. Like people were always drawn to speedrunning it. So even from the beginning, people were doing SRL races all the time, and like people wanted to bring it to GDQ. So it got in quite early in 2013. Mapler brought SSL, the by far hardest full game category, and is a bit infamous for being mercy killed after half an hour in Yada. I think at the time, like there were maybe 20 people who had ever assessed Yada, so it was like very ambitious to bring it at all. So kudos for that. But just a very hard run that unfortunately didn't make it. But it's been back so many times, as you said. Bird brought it in 2014. They still accepted it with 90% the next year. And then Callistus in 2015 after the DX release. By that time, it had been so optimized that run, even with an additional 19 levels. I guess it was 18 because the old tutorial went away.
19 added and one went away.
Right. Even with an additional 18 levels, it was still like something like 20 seconds faster. And Savade brought it back in 2016 with another SSL run. Managed to convince the GDQ people that this is doable. despite how hard it is, just by sheer number of SSs, I think that Savade at the time had hundreds. I know now, I think he still has the record for most Yada SSs with like 741 last I checked.
Yeah, it's
and then-
astonishingly huge.
Yeah.
We'd have to double check
Yeah.
it.
And then with our race in 2018, me and Fish was super close and really highly optimized, and just an all-around great showing. I think every time it goes, the gameplay just gets more and more optimized, and it really like. I think the Dustforce has been back so many times because it's just really clear and beautiful in the gameplay how much how much people have mastered this and how satisfying the mastery is. Like you can really just feel the flow of the game and the top players.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, as we were saying, this has caused a lot of people to get actually interested in the game because it just looks beautiful. It just looks cool. So especially
kudos.
during
I was going to say kudos to the devs for making the gameplay so fluid and the animation so amazing that the top level play just is really beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
So. Did you have some questions about the GDQ experience?
I think we covered it. Unless you want to add anything more.
I do want to add that anyone who brings Dustforce to a GDQ or plays full game knows that this game has almost no downtime in the full game run. So kudos to anyone who tries to bring it to GDQ and commentate while doing the run, and also just huge shout out to the couch with Fims, Bob, and TMC during our race, because I just could not commentate while playing this. It was too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as you were talking about earlier, with SSL just being this incredibly hard category, not only is it so hard that it includes a level that only a couple hundred people have ever SS'd, it doesn't even have downtime, so you don't get a break. Like the longest break that you have is the 1 second loading screen. That's about it.
Maybe if you
or
catch a
opening the
lot of
doors.
enemies in a super, you can like stretch your hands for a couple seconds.
Yeah. So besides GQ, so what is the scene for the full game? So who are the full game runners right now?
Well, full game has its time on and off. It's not always very active. Right now, it's similarly in a kind of downtime, but there's a few categories that every now and then see a little bit of life. So any % all levels, and that's just the general any %. Obviously, that was at GDQ a couple times, and SSL is the really noteworthy all levels category, but red keys, 16 red keys. That's kind of you don't have to play the tutorials or the difficulties in that version, so it's a lot more welcoming to newer runners. So that one gets a little bit more action than SSL because you have to SS Yada to SSL.
Yeah.
I think Dustforce has generally been a lot more of an IL focused game generally, just because
Right.
like it lends itself towards ILs. It's got the replay system that you can easily compete there, and also the full game categories. Since there's no real end, like there's no end credits, there's not really a ton of optimizations to make in the full game itself. It's really more of a string of ILs together. So people end up more attracted to the ILing than doing them all together.
Yeah, that's actually what.
That said, a little bit back to full game, just to mention some of the top full game runners.
Yes.
people known for doing SSL, those would be people like Crankdud, Dice, Savade, and Camel. Camel currently has the world record, which is the video that we're watching in the background right now.
Yes.
So that's all Camel's gameplay. That's a 53:05. There are very few people that have even done SSL in under 1 hour, but we're down to 53 minutes and 5 seconds. That run's about 4 years old now, so it's pretty long lasting. Very impressive run. For any percent, you can keep going.
I think that Dice and Crank really led the way a lot in early SSL. I know that Dice's record stood for a really long time. I can't say. I think those leaderboards are. I don't really know where to find those now, but Dice was really dominant for a long time.
Yeah, so before Dustforce DX was released, the SSL category was a little bit different because there were fewer levels. Those two were much more influential during that time. So they're a little bit obsolete runs now, unfortunately. Like they wouldn't be on the current leaderboard.
Right.
And maybe one thing that is interesting to say in terms of like how the game is competitively tracked is that, of course, like the official leaderboard is on speedrun.com, but we have so many tools, the tools that we mentioned before, with Dustmod, with Dustkid, that we actually can verify the runs mostly through replays. There is an actual tracking of the full game on the skid itself. So that's an interesting technical thing that is possible with this game that is not so many other games have.
Yeah, Dustkid's really livened up the competition, honestly.
So talking about a full game as a string of ILs, of course, begs the question. What about the ILs actually? Who are the top runners for ILs, and how do we measure who's the best?
Well, I'll take this section. The ILs driving the competition is, like we said, it's very much thanks to the replays, and it's just so ultimately pivotal to the full game experience. So it makes sense that any noteworthy time saves in the game, we're really only just thinking about individual levels. But what ends up happening is we have a ranking system on Dustkid, originally on dustworth.com, but now on Dustkid. Players are ranked by a point system that includes all of the 75 levels for both the SS and the any percent categories. So that's 150 leaderboards. You get 1 point for each person above you on each leaderboard. So the lower the points, the better. For example, if you were to average second on every level, that's 150 points, and the perfect score would be 0. That's a ton of leaderboards, though. 150 is an immense number. So the top players are the ones that have really grinded them all. Now we actually have a video that was released in 2018 that's really cool, and it showcases the top ranked players ever. It's pretty fast paced though, so
Yes.
as you get that ready, well, hold on a moment.
Okay.
Before we get that started, just a reminder of how to interpret what you see. The first players that shoot up to the top are the first players that became really good at all of the levels. So the players on top are the ones good at everything. So you can start the video, but like I mentioned earlier, I'd like you to pause at 51 seconds. So this video was made by Greasepig in 2018. There exists some similar videos for GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. So at the beginning, ranks were pretty chaotic. Crankdud, being the noteworthy long-time full game player, has always valued consistency, so he's at the top there pretty early. But Thor was the first person that really grinded everything and to get many world records. Thor had many runs that stayed in top 10 for several years as a result, very long lasting. He was unmatched until Luffy showed up. and you'll see more players work their way up and compete. But at a point, Luffy just kind of kept going and pushed the game to a new level. Let me know when you're paused. Okay.
Yeah, I'm paused.
So here at DX, when DX is released, Luffy is especially noteworthy for having the only perfect rank of 0 points in the game's history, which he held just before the new DX update. And right here where we're paused is when it's released, and it was adding new levels. So we went from 57 levels with 114 leaderboards to 75 levels and 150 leaderboards. And at the time, since Thor was inactive to play new maps, he unfortunately drops off here. So you can get going again on it. You can unpause. Okay. So after a little DX chaos, it settles again. Top competition would be dry for a little while. To this day, Luffy actually still has 49 top 10 runs. Would eventually see the integration of tools, as talked about earlier, energizing competition. Luffy would only slowly lose records, showing how impressive they were. This was led by Fish McMuffins and Fresh Maniac, who we have here. They rose up and joined Luffy's tier. Fish eventually broke through. Fresh followed. Then kind of evens out a little again. And at the end, we see Fishy join the tier of Luffy and Fluffy Boppers. Perhaps foreshadowing.
It's
Yeah,
interesting
the
to see.
bumps
Oh
and
my
the new
gosh.
levels.
Can you go
Yeah.
back to like kind of that end screenshot where it
Yeah,
it shows...
135 would be the place I recommend unpause or pause again. So this is only until 2018, and yeah, this is only until 2018, and we'll summarize what happens in the next 4 years, because this is actually only 6 years of the lifespan. So soon after this video was released, perhaps revitalized a little bit by it, Fishy went back on the grind, and on February 22nd, 2018, Fishy bopped Fish for #1 overall. Fish at the time had reigned at the top for just over a year. You can see the lengths that everybody reigned as #1 on the left column. Fresh also soon passed Fish, and you briefly held the SS category #1 rank as well.
Did I
Any
actually?
Yeah.
I can't remember if I ever reached #1. I was like,
It was when you passed Fish.
I always,
But it was just the category.
yeah, I was never super like motivated to compete for #1, and I was like, SS was really what I wanted to grind. So overall, it was never something I really strove for. I wasn't sure if I ever reached #1. That's cool though. Yeah, looking at those, I remember Luffy was just incredibly dominating for such a long time. Like even as like Fish and I were grinding to surpass him, it was always kind of a question whether he was going to come back and just like fight off all the people trying to take his records.
He did it on a few levels too.
He did.
Night
He
Temple.
came back on like Shaded Grove and Night Temple. Oh yeah, there. Twinkies mentioning there were times that people would come in with cheated records using like cheat engine slowdown to get the records in the early days, and Luffy would just beat them. he would like fight them off, not letting them win on the leaderboards. That like this is the level of skill that he had back in the day.
Yeah, Luffy's definitely one of those top best of all time contenders.
Yeah.
Pretty much no matter what happens in Dustforce's history.
Yeah, and he was known for going off to other games and sweeping their leaderboards too. Truly a legend.
Well, to continue the history, I would actually say that Fishy has dominated just as much as Luffy did. He's actually been a top player all around and reached a very low score, roughly around 50 points total at the lowest. Which, if you were following along in the video, then well, it shows the number of points. So here it says Fish McMuffins 340 days, 317 points. Luffy did have 0 before DX and did get around that like 40s range, but then there was a lot of competition, and for Fishy to get all the way back down to 50 when there are even better times on the leaderboard is similarly very impressive.
Yeah,
really
I don't want to
both of what you did.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to discount Luffy's achievement because the 0 was incredible.
Oh yeah.
But like trying to do it now is just so much harder. Like with,
yeah, nowadays
active competitors at like the highest level, is just yeah, and you know people are optimizing to a completely different level than they used to, and it's like the grinds are longer because of it too. So it's
yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about that a little later actually. Back to the history though. So around this 2018 time, 2018, 2019, that was when the next round of upcoming players was on the way, led by myself and Yoda Cage. We even specialized in separate categories. I prefer SS and want to like find new strats where I can, adapted more task ideas. And Yoda was more of an execution machine, just thriving in any percent and the shorter levels. We ended up both passing Luffy at about the same time in June 2019, and then later ended up fighting for number 2 overall, back and forth a little. We even each took number 1 in both of the categories. I held on to SS, but Fishy defended any percent from Yoda a few times. And in fact, Fishy would actually surpass Luffy's reign at number 1 by over 200 days. And he was number 1 for 1,098 days over 3 years.
wow.
But this does mean that he did drop to second on February 24th last year, 2021. And not to brag, but that would be me. SS winning out over any percent. Gradually improving all levels. Yoda would still hold third, and Yoda's had top 10 in all 150 levels, which I think only 4 people have done since DX, which is Fishy, Yoda, and myself. And I only did that relatively recently.
I think I used to have that, but I definitely don't anymore.
I don't know, honestly. That's why I don't know if I... You're that one person where I just don't know if you ever got it. It's a little hard to track.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, wait. I might have a screenshot somewhere. We
I know you're in the high 140s, definitely.
Yeah.
And like TMC and I were joking about like bopping you out of Clock Tower, and then you went for like 2nd place or something.
Wait, this might have been something I tweeted. This feels like something I would have.
But yeah, definitely a fresh thing to do. I'm just so close, but a little bit off.
Yeah. Oh wait, did I had all top 10 for any percent, but not SS, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that sounds like me.
Well, since 2021, it's been 11 months uninterrupted, but still very close at the top. Fishy is still incredibly dominant and holds number 1 in the any percent category. And in 2021, there's been a final ripple by Uckies, who was ranked highly in this video since 2015. And he surpassed Luffy. And very, very recently, I think within the last month or so, passed both Fish and Fresh for 4th overall. Luffy has remained a noteworthy gatekeeper, now sits at 7th. And of course, only time will tell who reaches the top tier next.
Yeah, I guess that all this really highlights how competitive, so the game has a really highly competitive nature in the end. It seems really nice and relaxing and with nice art and music, but getting top ranks here is quite competitive.
We do all in fact say Uckies' name differently. much like how people pronounce my name.
We'll see how long that lasts, Uckies.
So let's look at some of these ILs actually.
Yeah, let's watch
let's
some
look
cool
at
replays.
how they look.
The first one is actually by Uckies. The first one's VATS any %, which has some of the fastest boosts in the game. There's even a story behind some of the strats here. Let me know when you're ready to show it.
Here.
Oh, okay. Fresh, were you around for the stream for this, by the way?
When it was found, or
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't think I was around when it was found, but I did like hear about it because I'm good friends with the Arb Goat himself.
Yeah, well, from my understanding, Babayo was streaming VATS and randomly clicked on some 60th place run by Puppet Sock 1. An unexpected boost is in there that almost went under the radar, but some people like Fish and TMC were freaking out about it in chat. Like, watch it again, watch it again.
And it's here.
You mean Puppet Sock 2?
Oh no, Puppet Sock 2 was Fish. Fish renamed. Yeah. All of Fish's wonderful renamed account.
I could have sworn it was 2, and we never found the 1.
I
think I was there for the stream because he was practicing for any % full game, and we were telling him, or like he was just ILing and trying to get better, and we were like, don't look at the record, just look at somebody in like the 50s.
Yeah.
Good adopt their strats, and then a 0.5 second, a half second time save was born.
Yeah, you can see on the best time leaderboards, there's a pretty wide gap in like the top 20. I think roughly the top 12 or so do the boost, and then there should be a gap like when you get to 25 seconds. Not really anymore, but the record used to be in the 25s, and it has been actually used to be in the 24s, then it went into even lower territory.
Okay, so the sock boost.
Yes, it's
there. There's a section where you fall through dust blocks through a kind of slanted column, and by bumping against the sides in a specific way, you can keep enough speed to get a huge ground boost when you hit the floor, and keep all of that speed going forward. So you have to like bump against the right side to cancel out your horizontal speed, and then bump the left slant in a really specific way, and that keeps all your speed, or a ton of it.
Very fast.
Next one.
Yeah, next is Hideout.
Hideout.
So we were talking earlier about some of these levels being incredibly intimidating. Hideout's one of the scariest possible last normal SSs before the difficults for a lot of people. This runs by Fresh. Just really showcases how we go fast with reckless abandon, even amidst the spikes. This level has mostly been man and girl, but Worth is able to hit a few extra like jumps and attacks and that boost across the top a lot more easily. So Worth's route is incredibly hard to pull off, but man can still compete.
Yeah, Worth is
time leaderboard.
Worth has the easiest time getting a really large ground boost across the top, where by clearing some dust from underneath earlier in the level, you can set it up.
Ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, well, also this any % run. This is another really good showcase.
You restart it, yeah.
I mean, we can talk about either. They both go together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the any % run is it's honestly one of the best execution runs that I've ever had. So This one took quite a while to grind. This one especially is very noteworthy as a kid replay, because this level is not made for kid. There are multiple dwarfs. There are 2 ledge cancel dwarfs that I do in this level, and there's a
dwarf is,
very tight boost on the top of the level.
Yeah. So Jorf is a 1 pixel section of the spikes where you can actually not die. So that's an extremely precise thing that you need to grind for, let's say.
Yeah, you can be a little careful, and you only need to do it once. But if you really want to go fast, if you do happen to slow down again while playing it, then you might be able to notice the places where I seem to land on spikes.
I will say this is also notable as a surprising record for Kid. Like Kid does not typically excel on levels with a good bit of climbing, and this is like there are 2 really prominent climbing sections in this level, but Kid just makes up for it with being able to preserve a lot more speed across gaps and just having the precise movement to get around corners.
Yeah, all of the levels, or all of the characters are actually quite even on this level in terms of potential for any percent. But this run as Kid is, very, very difficult to pull off. If you can think of it like each of the dwarfs, I'll give a 5% chance as like a rule of thumb that you get a dwarf correctly. So there are 2 of those in the level, and then the boost on top of the level. In order to even hit that at all, to keep your speed, that's even harder than a dwarf, arguably. There's a lot of factors that go into how precise that is. And then on top of that, the level itself is very technically demanding. Kid requires a lot of button inputs, all that stuff. But it ended up being, I spent a lot of time trying to perfect it, and my run ended up very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now let's look at the top level of gameplay, the absolute top. Something different.
One, yeah, is really something that where the world record for any percent is extremely contested.
Yes. We'll wait to see it. Don't blink. All right, Kansai any percent. There it is. This is the fastest level. We gotta show it for fun. This is the intro to frame grinds in Dustforce. There are a few seconds around the 5 seconds or lower, and honestly, some are very competitive. There are 212 people who have this record. In fact,
no one has managed to save a frame. Maybe you will. You should try.
Actually, a little
We have
discrepancy between
200
Dust Kid and Hitbox leaderboard there. Probably the duplicate accounts. Dust Kid says 212, but
Okay.
you got it relative.
We should show the actual frame saved on construction site too. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, if you got the replay.
If you switch to the 3-player task leaderboard,
Oh yes.
there is one known way to save a frame on construction site.
You could just watch the
This is
3-player record.
Yeah. This is same frame.
Watch 4-player.
4-player.
Yeah,
Wait,
we've only done.
Has someone
4,
managed
actually.
it?
No. The 4-player run is the one that everybody uses a light. And we only need 3 out of the 4 players to play it correctly. So that one was.
Oh wow! Wait, how
I've done it a
did they save 2 frames?
It saves 3. We haven't done
Oh.
it perfectly. So yeah, 3 out of the 4 players just need to get down there and do a light instead of a heavy, which is a little bit faster.
To the power of
You can save
friendship.
1 more frame, but it's very hard for even 3 out of 4 to be perfect.
Yeah. Simon, we should, but we'll save that for the task section, I think.
Oh yeah, that's actually good to show.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, let's move on from this one.
Yes, next one is another iconic level. It's the one that gives you the only achievement on Steam for this game.
Yep. this is Giga difficult, very impressive level. So this level also has a bit of history to it. It's primarily been dominated by two players, Sienna and CZ. This is Sienna's Kid run. This is Sienna's Kid PB, which was not like their longest standing world record or anything like that, but Sienna did have the record with impressive Kid play for a number of years. So it's just very impressive to be able to watch these kinds of replays when you have the game.
I love that little light attack just to get the one tile of dust on that wall.
Yeah. So it's hard enough just to SS it, so obviously it must be hard to go fast. And then check out CZ's run next. So CZ ended up getting the world record nearly 4 years ago, and had a bit of a grind war with Sienna briefly, but then just kept pushing it lower and lower. And this actually has stayed as the longest standing SS world record for quite a while. And especially for its time, it's been considered one of the best records. It's just, very technically impressive. Like, I can't believe the stuff that Worth can do in this kind of level. But honestly, the level is kind of built for it, turns out. It's actually not just Worth that can do it. Like, we saw Kid do some crazy stuff. But this run had the innovations and the execution. Fresh had the record briefly as Worth. CZ just cleaned up some of those strats, changed it around even more. Now let's skip over to a different character. Man on Giga, the next run. This is also one of my longest grinds. Man doesn't quite compete at the top level exactly. This is a very, very difficult grind for me, but a lot of that was because I spent so much time trying to lab out the run, figuring out all the time saves. There's so many little tricks in the run that are hard to notice, little ways that I get around the spikes. And I actually adapt an old Worth route for how I end up doing this section. I don't end up supering there, and then my innovation is supering at the end, which it looks crazy. What a weird super, but it turns out that saves like less than 0.1. It's such a tiny time save, but it looks so drastically different. It took a long time to fully lab out the second half of the level, and even be able to compare that kind of stuff. But it turns out finally just 2 days ago, in time for the 10th anniversary, funnily enough, there's a new Giga world record that I've been grinding for, breaking the oldest SS world record. And this run further improves the Worth route. There are a lot of little improvements everywhere. Like, there are a lot of little 0.1 ideas that only save like 0.1. But I really had to hunt to find those places where CZ loses time, which is quite a challenge, because CZ is one of those level specialists, and you can count on the best runs from CZ. But this is a very new world record, the newest one, just 40 hours ago, roughly.
Yes, and then there is, you already mentioned a little bit here for this level, but sometimes there is really big changes in routing, of each levels that completely change how the world record looks.
Yeah, but before we move on to the
Yes.
kind of like crazy reroutes, I want to comment on a bit about the Giga being the one achievement for Dustforce. Since it's the one achievement, and it used to be the final level in the game pre-DX. It's sort of sad that the all achievements run never caught on. Because there was kind of a meme for a while that you could do all achievements by doing editor glitch and then going straight to Giga difficult to finish off the run. But yeah, just
we
one
have
of
our
those
share of meme
categories that didn't make it.
One red key, stuff like that. Beating Yada or something.
True.
Editor glitch is pretty powerful.
That's
9 red key, no SS. I haven't.
Oh yeah, that's
one
probably
of
the
newest.
newest.
Yeah.
Yeah, one red key is also pretty crazy. Camel and I did a 2-player run of that, and it was just under a minute long. It fits in an entire Twitch clip.
Nice. But yeah, about like ILs being rerouted, like there have been lots of changes with like different characters finding new routes being able to be done at a bunch of different levels because of the slightly different characteristics between them. Like there was kind of a long time that characters, at least early on in the game, certain characters would be considered like the best. People thought that Kid was the fastest for a little while. Then Man and Girl kind of took the top spot, and then by more exploration and development, we see a lot bigger spread.
Now people are back to thinking Kid is the best thanks to TAS.
It's
but
true.
only those people that do it in TAS. Everybody else is diehard worth number one.
I will say, I think Kid is still the most unexplored, just because she's so technically demanding.
Right.
But yeah, she's very specialized. Yeah, the one that I wanted to showcase is one that I figured out a long time ago. Back when Warehouse used to be a man level, Luffy had a really dominant man SS that was cycle locked. It was just a super clean run, and it didn't seem like anybody could beat it. If you want to show that man replay right now.
Can you send a link?
It's in the sheet.
It's in the doc.
Yeah. Yes.
It was just really tight, solid gameplay, but it was doing the level pretty straightforwardly.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of levels kind of started out as the seemingly intended man strats. I think this one actually stood for man world record for a very long time as well, even after what we're kind of hinting at, just to show how good it is.
Yeah, I think there was maybe one behind it by a frame, but really that cycle of the trash golem walking back into range was just like impossible to beat. And yeah, I think this stood as record for a really long time. There might have been a 35099, but
now we can switch to the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically what's happening with the cycle is the two enemies on the farthest left and the farthest right are just so far apart, and the one on the far right is just so much farther away when you get there earlier that it makes the cycle pretty bad.
But with some clever rerouting and some really big worth attacks, I was able to beat that cycle.
And changing up how you hit the enemies at the end.
Yes.
Hitting that turkey first became the standard, basically.
Yeah, and now that's been further improved. This actually hit a new cycle lock, but after breaking the old one.
Yeah, I think last year we finally pushed it far enough where the world record you can see there is actually almost a second faster than second place. we've beaten the cycle now, basically, and now it looks like the old one again. If you if you want to watch that one.
Yeah.
So it was what Camel, like Fresh's route is what Camel's run is, and then the current record is just the next step. You know, improvements everywhere, just in order to hit the cycle on the other side.
Yeah. And this route was such a big change. Like you, I mean, you saw my run. That wasn't a super clean one or anything. But even like after I got that record and I was trying to learn, I think I was learning 16 reds at the time. I think that Fish noticed a kind of funny thing that like the practice runs I was getting were all like number 2 ranked, even just trying to go for consistent strats for SSL.
Yeah, and you can see how far away the golem is on the right in that run also.
Yeah, this just barely gets the new cycle.
There's really you're not really gonna end up in between that gap, it turns out. Unless you mess up after the super.
Okay, so now there is a very interesting one to show to people that don't know the mechanics of the game. No?
Yeah, so landfill any percent is probably the classic skip as we know it now. The one where you know, we really show something unintended. There are a lot of skips that are intended. But
this is a big S-shaped level, but we don't have to go through that S.
Yeah.
You just drop through the floor.
So what's actually happening is Ravencroft discovered, not too long after DX was released, a way to set up a clip in the dust blocks on the bottom of there. So then you time your jumps and attacks off screen, and you get super in order to finish the level. This run itself was actually done by Luffy within about 24 hours of the levels or of the route's discovery. And it's pretty noteworthy because it was in fact one of Luffy's final remaining untied records. It's a very good example of one of the strongest ones out there.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Ravencroft, fantastic player who created the Wild Den route and is just like known for really clever routing, clever finds.
So this is the easy one to show.
Yeah.
The classic.
Next one. Is
The next one takes it to the next level.
Yeah.
Fresh, do you know the full story behind tunnels?
I don't know if I know the full story. I know that like Fish found it while kind of labbing out some different task routes. I think the tweet is still on Fish's Twitter of the discovery, but yeah, I mean this used to be like a pretty straightforward boost level, but yeah, Fish noticed that there's an apple within reach pretty quickly of the start, and there's a clippable block. Probably found it when there's a lot of searching for clips in levels. Notice that there is a clippable block in the wall where you saw Fish eat brain.
Yeah, you might want to just watch it again.
Yeah, it's like right at the edge of those triggers, I think. If you zoom into the wall, like, yeah, right there.
Yeah.
You can barely squeeze in there. Doesn't look like it, but turns out there's an illegal tile there, as we call it, allowing you to just get in there.
Yep, and it started off like really rudimentary. You just knock the apple down and kind of catch it mid-fall, and slowly light it over to the wall. But it, as always, it optimized a lot.
Yeah, Fresh, you can
just
really
barely squeeze the apple
on this for a while.
Yeah, I held it for a while despite having like a pretty bad ending, just because like I had the best blind movement for this one.
This is definitely incredibly hard. It's very rare to be able to squeeze it in there.
Yeah, you need like really good height management of the apple, and like it's difficult to even get the apple into the club with you. And then to put blind movement on top of that this is like a really hard 80%. And
Yeah,
that
only a few people have done it.
mhm. How much time did that end up saving over the old boost?
I don't know exactly, but it's seconds in TAS,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
This was one of the
that-
biggest
that's
finds,
unusual.
90%.
I mean, probably the biggest in the last few years.
So the next one is a very fun level to do for the first time.
Yeah, this last run that we have on our list is one of the combat levels. Ravencroft was the original finder we mentioned of some combat level routes like Wild Den, but this time it's so fast you can barely tell what's going on. This particular world record is especially noteworthy because it's the only world record that is won for both SS and any percent, because the route is actually so difficult to pull off. Someone could come around and also grind it, and then it wouldn't be as rare looking, but it's pretty cool that it's the only one up there too.
Yeah. It's actually interesting to note that so there was a period that I think Man or Kid were top before Raven found the shotgun strat.
Yeah.
And then like after the shotgun was found, there was a long time that the SS and 80% had the same route, and a lot of the times the top any percents were also the SSs. And it really wasn't until I think Fish found a slight alternate route specifically for any percent in TAS that it really broke from that. So it's nice to see the top SS taking the top 80% again, coming full circle.
Yeah, Wild Den's had it's one of those levels with history.
Mm-hmm.
But it's so detailed that we can't really do it justice right now.
Mm-hmm.
And there are so many little things going on in that one 5.7 second route that it's just too hard to really summarize. But let's just say let's just leave it at like there's a lot of totem enemy manipulation that I'm doing, and I'm keeping on the cycle just in order to pull it off.
Yeah, so switching topic a little bit, a lot of improvement in like ILs in this game are like driven by the fact that we have so many tools available to study the game, to practice the game, and so on. And also like TAS, the tool assisted speedrun, is something that is very highly valuable in our community, right? So there was also an effort of like tassing all the levels in the game, actually.
Yeah, so there's a full game task that's I should remember this, is 40 minutes and 20 seconds. I think it's probably under that now, but that's the current video release. That was about 4 years of work. A lot of it started before there was really a plan to make the like full game task video. There was the earliest I remember was Angicide doing a lot of first just cheat engine assisted runs where it was like timescale assist.
Yeah, we have an example actually here.
Yeah. So very, very early on, just using cheat engine to slow down the game, and basically still just doing ILs, but with a much making it easier to do things with precision. So like it looked very clean, but it wasn't super optimized. You can even like this run is now beaten by humans. But at the time, this was a really clean run. I think back then it was, oh yeah, you can see the record was 833, and that was really tough to beat back then. But things really changed once MSG added the composer. Just having that precise control over replays, being able to input every every frame of input as you wanted, completely changed how much more precision you have. And that was really when I think Mojo joined on and started kind of revolutionizing it. I know that Bird did a bunch of early ones, and Jacide also did composer ones, and I think Arbitrary Asian did some of the first ones on like research, and I forget what other levels. But even then, like the control was more precise, but it was still like the way to get the most speed wasn't super well understood, and it was really tedious to try to make them in Composer. You would have to rewatch the entire replay, and like you would just have to rerun through the entire thing to make a couple of frames of changes, and it's just a really arduous process. But the the task channel did a lot more investigation, and the tools improved. I think the really big turning point, I would say, is when MSG was making the multiplayer rollback system and turned the memory states from that into save states. That just completely changed the game, and kind of blew away any previous optimizations. And ever since then, it's just been like more and more and more optimized.
Yeah, this is the new one.
Yeah, so the latest research is so much faster.
Yeah, this also has strats that are, unexpected for humans to ever do. We now have enough knowledge where there's so much stuff going on here that we're not going to explain at all. But there's a lot of tech involved, and it looks really flashy.
Yeah, just the very first really fast boost at the start is something like 3 or 4 frame perfect inputs on that ceiling.
Yeah, you need the perfect
even get the
boost.
boost to work.
You need the perfect boost, and you need the perfect inputs approaching the ground at the right time, roughly.
So yeah, this sort of end product that made it into the full game TAS was the culmination of like 3.5 years of learning and optimizing and re-editing and going back over every level with a fine-tooth comb, just trying to apply all the knowledge that we had.
That process did take place years ago, so we obviously have even more knowledge now how to use those tools. We're a lot better at it. But yeah, the progress was a little slowed down ever since we eventually released everything together, because at a point it slowed in terms of time saves that we're finding, that it's actually noteworthy if we ever save a frame on any levels, especially in SS. So it's not slowed down because it's inactive, it's just, how do we even save any more time? It's so challenging.
Sub 40 would be incredibly hard. It's like hard to imagine there being 20 seconds of time save out there.
Yeah, we're not there yet. We might have saved a few seconds. Like sock boost was discovered. That was the first thing discovered after the task was released. That made us be like, oh, I guess it's out of date now.
Yeah, I think even that was. I guess I don't know what the final time it's gotten to with that incorporated, because that was added pretty quick.
It's not even a second time save though, so we've probably saved a few seconds, so it's probably in the 40 teens, but sub 40 would be incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
I don't know if
show the now the clock tower task, show some of like the more crazy things that have been discovered, and this is just for fun. This is just a task for fun.
Yeah, TAS has always been it's also been a nice way for people to get creative. Show off how much knowledge they have about the game, and have a little
And this
fun.
run in particular has all the gimmicks.
Yes. Yeah, we did stand on spikes, a few times. We're going to get all the dust, by the way.
Yeah, we're going back for it. We're not leaving any behind.
Yep. There you go. That's all the dust.
It's a perfect
That's everything.
with all the dust.
All the dust.
Oh no! What happened?
So what's happening there? That's actually a quirk that is very rare to happen, to set up. There are a few ways you can intentionally do it, such as here. This has to do with iteration order. And what's actually happening is the game iterates over you ending the level before it determines that you've cleared all of the dust blocks in the scenario.
Yeah, it's a very
you didn't get all the dust.
Very like weird positioning error with like the hidden grid behind the level. That's
yeah. We have all kinds of these tools to see how the game is like broken up into chunks and the boundaries, see all the hitboxes and stuff like that. So with all of those kinds of tools on, you can uncover some of the mysteries in the replay. Like why all of those attacks just barely missed. They probably do just barely miss. But we've got a lot more on top of just these basic tools.
Yeah, there was a huge evolution with the tools available in DustMod that kind of led to a lot of different discoveries, and just having MSG as a resource with the source code to be able to look into like weird little oddities. But yeah, even from here you can see the hitboxes of all the attacks. There's the big square of the super attack. And there's a lot of stuff that's not shown, like the iteration order boundaries, the dust spread. It projects a sort of grid that it does like this ray casting to project dust. There's ray casting for landing collision and all kinds of other details. And using these, like, as these tools evolved, our understanding of the game has really evolved. Like we've found the answers to old mysteries. Like I remember in the early days, left friction was just not really known about, and there were mysteries that, or it was known, but nobody really knew why. There was an old map where falling down a slope, you could get a ground boost going to the right, but not to the left. People thought that maybe spike jumps to the right were faster than to the left, just like by nature. And like old, I know that MHBs used to come up every so often as like a weird quirk, where you down dash from a ceiling and you don't fall for some mysterious reason, but that's become like a really big task mechanic, where by down dashing at a really precise time, we can channel all that speed into the ceiling. Do we have? I don't think we showed a task that really demonstrates that.
Yeah,
Can
our
we
list
show
of
the
example tasks is pretty
By the
short.
way, something that we didn't show before, we have a full tech nexus with all the...
Yep.
Mhm.
That explains a lot of them.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Including
There's a
some
lot.
that are task only.
Yes.
And this is just another point where I want to shout out Hitbox team for kind of catching lightning in a bottle with Dustforce, like creating these mechanic systems that had so much cool emergent behavior. Like I don't think you could have intentionally programmed in MHBs. which unfortunately are not really human viable, but it makes for fantastic
You can go
tasks.
directly, yeah.
Let me link you the combat tutorial tasks because I do want to show that. One of the most impressive
That was
tasks.
one of the ones at the bottom of this the
Oh,
document.
is that part of the showcase? Or what?
Well, it's just one of the ones that got moved down.
Oh, okay. Can we show it?
Control F
Yeah,
combat.
can you-
Okay, I got it. Here, I'll just put it in chat.
There is
There
still
it is, I'll link
moonwalking
the
in this
replay.
game.
Also, surprise, it's me, Dustforce community.
I am the community. What is this? I don't think this is right.
Yeah, I don't think this is combat. This must be black upshift.
Oh wait, yeah, this is the wrong one. This is from below. This comes later. Here we go.
Oh yeah. So this one has a bunch of MHPs. Anytime we go fast on a ceiling, that's an MHP. That's a magnet hijack boost. Just imagine there are big magnets every time or in every ceiling, and if you down dash correctly at the corner of a ceiling angle change, the magnet hijacks your boost.
Yeah. So the way that this works is it's taking advantage of like the way that zeta slopes work, where when there's a change in angle of the ceiling, the game realigns your speed to follow the ceiling. So that when you pass under a zeta slope, you go up it instead of just continuing straight. But if you down dash at the exact subframe that you cross that threshold, then that down dash speed is also redirected into the ceiling. And one of the best parts of it is it doesn't even use your air charge, so you can use that air charge elsewhere to maneuver even better. Yes, MHBs are subframe perfect.
And even if you get it on the right subframe, you might not be lined up positionally, I think.
Yeah,
Sometimes it can be a little weird.
and if you're going too fast, even holding
yeah.
up right afterwards, you won't grab the ceiling. So
Yeah,
it takes a lot of manipulation to make these work, even in TAS. So it's extremely not human viable to try to actually channel it into a ceiling.
Yeah, I think I learned about how these work when I did the next test that we're about to watch, which is the one and only Yada SS. I think there's only like 1 or 2 MHVs in here, but I had to resync something around one of them, and that was quite a challenge.
Wait a second, we want to close with this one, right? Do we still want to show the construction site 4-player kid?
I mean, they're all impressive.
True.
I actually didn't make too many routing changes to the TAS and Yada, but I did optimize the ending climb.
Do you want to link the other one in?
Yeah,
I'll try to get it. We'll see who gets it first. It's only a few clicks away.
got it.
Oh, I looked in the wrong spot. Oh, there we go.
This shows that there's also support with the composer of tassing with multiple characters, which leads to some fun moments.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of little tasks like this. We've had a lot of fun seeing this kind of stuff.
I hope you didn't blink.
You gotta watch it at least 4 times, one for
Yes.
each character. One to take it in and be like, wait, hold on, what happened? Then you decide 1 per character, and then you just gotta watch it one more time. So sum it all up.
I'd also like to
2.2.
watch the Jam's Night Temple play around if we have time.
I think that one's also at the bottom. Yeah, that one's also
You
linked at
want
the
link
bottom. Yeah. Might as well take all the time we can.
Yeah, link it to me. Yes, here we go.
All right, that's in chat now.
Otherwise, I will make a mistake like before. Okay, it is.
Yeah, all of these are available on DustKit, so if you want to
Yes.
find out what the task for your favorite level looks like. There are also some for customs. I don't know if I have any customs to show on offhand, but
I don't have any on my list. That'd be Task Kid.
yeah, this is JM showing off all of the funny ways that you can jorf in, or get unreasonably close to spikes in Night Temple.
Fresh, do you have the Task Kid replay?
I don't. I could find it real quick. This was kind of just Fish showing off one of the ways that Kid in Task can build up infinite speed, essentially.
Okay, I like
after
that
we
one.
found out. Oh, you got it? Yeah.
Yeah.
That by dashing perfectly after attacks, you can use the hit rise speed to gain a tiny bit of speed.
Yeah, not quite infinite, but we
A
won't go
very,
into
very,
it.
very high soft limit.
Yeah. Just dash and light,
Mhm.
and then dash again. And if you're perfect, you can gain some speed. Those are the kind of optimizations that we as humans try to do. And we gain like a frame or two from them, but not quite like this. You can see the world record is almost, it's 9
Yeah.
seconds slower.
It's unbounded until it underflows. Is there no
Watch.
is there no time spent out of dash state where you would lose any speed?
Kid lights are fast enough.
True. And here's a poor
It's a human
human,
one.
a mere meatbag trying to complete this level fast.
And he's got some downlights in there too. Questionable losing a frame.
Mhm.
Okay, I think we can go to the last one,
time
which
for
is a
Yada.
truly iconic level.
Mhm.
We
Which
got
we
in
have
our
not
bonus
seen yet.
replays.
Yes.
So of course Yada's the big one. And this is a lot faster than what humans can do. This is probably the most impressive task when it comes to in terms of ideas for strats that are just not even human viable. They're all here in Yada. It's unreasonable to ask a human to do this kind of stuff. Just playing around every spike perfectly.
Oh, the people are asking for Duck's Sanic Yada.
Yeah, those are pretty noteworthy too. You'd have to turn on the
Yes.
plugin or the mod anyway.
I don't think I have.
It is built
I'd
in,
watch the video
but-
actually for that, but
Okay.
I don't have it ready, unfortunately.
Okay, if you want more cool task stuff,
Yes.
just stream Dustforce at any time. The community is going to join your stream, and they'll show you links to all of the coolest replays. They'll make you get Dust mod and everything like that. So
As
if
we
you
all
want
know-
more, we got more.
As we all
Just
know,
don't
every
worry.
Dustforce stream ends with a couple hours of watching replays.
Yes.
So,
just don't worry if you see 10 people saying this game looks cool. They are not a lot.
Yep. I thought this was gonna be a pretty
Not
quick section,
dangerous.
but we fell into the replay watching trap that everybody else does.
Yes. Exactly. Okay.
Just add
okay.
another one. I think that is our
we
last
move
one,
on.
though.
We move on because we have so many more things to talk about. Thank you to both of you because this was a really deep dive into replays and was extremely interesting to watch.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and thanks again for organizing this.
Yes.
I'll be back soon.
Yes, Dante will be back soon actually. So, now we just take a quick break and then we're back to chat with Skyhawk and basically there is a lot more happening in the game besides speedrunning SOC levels. So we will talk more about that. We will be right back to chat a bit more about those things. See you in a bit. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back, Skyhawk. So
Hello.
we went through a lot of like the speedrunning achievements and all really impressive replays. But there are more things that are strictly like competing for stock levels in the game, right? There are a lot more things that keep the people playing the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, like Dustforce, just the way it's structured with the IL focus and kind of minimal story, it's definitely sort of catered to this speedrunning optimization mindset and play style. But yeah, there's a lot of different things that people have done to kind of just have new things to do and kind of expand what they can do with the game. So first one is definitely custom maps, and so we're gonna show one of the main collaborative projects that people have done is Cyber Complex. And so we've got a replay of that first. And so this map was made by like 6 people working together for I don't know how many months. But it's kind of an endurance map, so this focus of the game on SSing things and getting the perfect run, all the dust, no deaths, kind of it doesn't work so well with these sort of really long maps, but some people are up to the challenge of just playing perfectly for minutes or like dozens of minutes. I don't think there's been really any maps that go over an hour yet, but I don't know, maybe that's happening in the future.
Yeah, you're giving people ideas.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't mention that. So yeah, like custom maps are just a huge part of the scene. There's thousands of maps that people are making, and so we talked with Angerval and Hourglass, who are just experts on SSing these super hard maps. And so this is sort of a different aspect of difficulty, is just the endurance, the length of the level. And there's a few other compilation maps that people have made of like all of the stock levels in a row, and so some people have grinded those out, and I'm lucky to say that that I have SS on those after trying for a really long time.
Yeah, there is the famous or infamous Dustforce DX, which is the compilation of all levels in the game, including the difficult and Yota.
Yeah, exactly.
And there is one SS, and it's Skyhawks.
Yeah, so after playing perfectly for 50 minutes on all of the other levels, including hideout and backup shift and all these gold keys that people struggle with, then you're thrown into the difficulties. You have to end on Yata. It just kills so many runs. Yeah, so we'll just kind of keep watching this replay in the background while I talk about some other stuff. Well, we mentioned sort of some of the fun full game ideas that people have had, like 1 red key, or Jorf percent, or 9 red keys, no SS. And so people like to come up with these fun category like extensions for full game. And then there's also the same kind of thing happening with ILs. People come up with like, oh hey, what if we tried to do this in the level? So one of the like common ones is low percent, just collect as little dust as possible. Or trying to do it without jumps, like we're some kind of panencoic. And yeah, so what really makes those categories kind of like more popular is Dustkid, absolutely. So you can not only like record the replays. Oh yeah, we could show that off while the replay is running, maybe.
Yes.
Or we could hold on.
You can keep listening to the attacks.
Yeah, so Dustkid records all of these different stats for just everything that you can do in the game. There's all different meme categories, and there's different achievements that MSG has put in. So if you're ever wondering what you could possibly do, like you're just bored, you don't really want to grind any levels, and here's all these things you could do on Dustkid, all the different categories and achievements. And so yeah, just being able to track it and share it has expanded these IL categories a lot. And one of the ones that I like the most is Apple percent. I think it'd be a crime not to mention it. So we've seen a little bit of what apples can do already in terms of like the tunnels replay that they showed off in the previous section. I think we saw it in one other spot, but oh yeah,
Let's
we were talking about like
unfortunately cut the this replay, this really play shot.
I guess we can do that.
Since we are there already.
Yeah.
And let's talk about apples. Oh, apples.
Yeah. So you can do some really cool stuff with just apples. Like the mechanics of it being like a ball that you can hit around ends up like complementing the platforming gameplay really well. And you get this sort of juggling gameplay. And so it just expands what's possible. Like a lot of sections that you just would not be able to do by yourself become possible with this apple giving you just that slight bit of extra height or extra distance. And so on customs, yeah, we've seen that people like to put these apples in their maps as secrets. And so people like to just SS these maps with these apples. It just adds a whole extra level of complexity to the gameplay.
Yeah, and the fact that it's all tracked on Duskid, I mean, it's a big incentive for people to actually go look for those secrets, because it gives you completion on Duskid.
Yeah, exactly. You can show off your completion to other people in the community. And then the other thing with customs is that we've kind of like SS'd as a community pretty much every custom in the game, and so there's only a very few that remain as sort of have stumped the community. So we've got kind of a list of those maps compiled together, and so that's been a community project, is to reduce this list to nothing, or as close to nothing as we can get it. There's been a lot of activity on this sheet. There's like 100 maps, I think, that people have removed from this list since it got put up. So it's neat that we can like work together to accomplish this project, not just as a single goal, like, oh, maybe it'd be cool if I could do this, but it's like, just everybody comes together to help bring this down. And one other kind of achievement that I wanted to bring up was the blindfolded stuff. We saw a little taste of it earlier, but I thought it'd be cool to yeah.
So now let's
watch
it properly.
Yeah, let's watch this amazing replay. Yeah. So of course, with the replay system, you can prove that something was done, and with the custom maps and the level editor allowing you to just change all the colors of everything, you can just make everything completely black and post the same level. So this is Hideout, one of the notorious levels we saw from earlier, and this is Angerwall playing it without seeing. There's not much to watch. You can see the input display kind of looking down there, but yeah, this is exactly what Angerwall gets when he's playing this level. So it's super impressive, like being able to see just like a replay on Duskid that says that this level has been beaten.
Yeah, maybe after it finishes, I can change the fog. This is fog trigger, right?
Actually, I think I think Angervol made a task on the real Hideout with the exact same inputs as this replay. Let's see if I can grab that. Yeah, here I think.
Yeah, I can hear the end.
Yeah, I'll post it in chat.
That's the end.
This, yeah. So we can
this is what it looks
remove
like.
the curtain.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting change in how you have to deal with all of these obstacles when you can't see. It's like just a lot of memorization. I don't know if anybody watched the blindfolded runs on GDQ just very recently, but yeah, they talk about just how much memorization goes into this. And so you have to just memorize where all the platforms are and specific inputs to get normalized movement. It's an interesting change in perspective. You can see him pausing on certain platforms, just like, okay, I finished that. What's the next obstacle? And so this is SS, which is even more impressive for blindfolded because there's just no way to know how much, like whether you missed dust or whether you actually got it. There's a sound cue, but it's very faint. So any percent is kind of the more common thing that people have done. There's a few people, like maybe a handful of 5 or so, that have tried doing any percent blindfolded on the rest of the levels. And so just working together and finding strats for that has been a fun project.
So, beyond the game itself, there has been also a lot of creative activity outside of the game itself, no? That sometimes it goes, it kind of starts to come into the custom maps and so on. And one very clear example are the Twinkies lore maps, in which a lot of
Twinkie's been notorious in the community for his fan fiction and his lore, and so he's just made a lot of maps where his secrets kind of go just over the top with all of the writing that he does.
Yes.
And so we've got
and including a lot of people, including a lot of people from the community. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we can show a replay of one of the most notorious maps, the Temple of Spirits. This is a multiplayer map.
And then
so
after
now there are
the
2
replay,
players.
we could maybe take a look at like
Yes.
going off the path and looking at some of the text. Because I don't think you get the full experience by just watching this replay.
Yes. So the story here is that there are 2 players. One is dead, which is this kid in this case, and the other is alive and is trying to resurrect their friend. But then there is a curse that turns Dustgirl into the enemy that spreads dust. And now they have to find a cure for this curse.
From a gameplay perspective, it's kind of neat, like unique gameplay, because there's not many levels with like one player spreads dust and the other has to collect dust. There's not many multiplayer maps in general, so yeah, very unique map. But then on top of that, there's just all of the text.
Yeah, for example, we stopped there with the story of the Twix.
Yeah, read it
but there are many more. Yeah. Now the player 1 has been cured, and now they can go and finish the map.
And Twinkie's fanfiction hasn't only been limited to custom maps. They've also just written like complete novels and paste pen and shared them to the community. I don't think we'll share them here. We'll keep that as
yes, that's a bonus for.
Yeah. But we can probably like
we
just
can go through
go
the
into
map.
this level.
Yeah. So there are there is a library. Notably, there is a library above the map here, which has the story of different people and players. So welcome to the temple library. In here we write the stories of every person who traversed our temple. So there is a story for each like couple of people who went through the temple and trying to resurrect their friend. And there are many people. There is così che in dark. There is Tempest.
Yeah.
There is
I think I've
Lightformed.
talked with Twinkie. Yeah. I've talked with Twinkie and they say that, like a lot of this is just kind of stream of consciousness stuff. They just sit down and spam words into the text box.
There is
but
Flash.
it ends out just really hilarious.
Yeah, and there are a few of these. Like besides the main story, let's say the story of the players who actually are going through the map and resurrecting their friend. But there is also this extra story of all the people. See, these are the two words, like the world of the player who is dead and the world of the player who is alive. And yeah, there are a few stories like this scattered around in the map. This was the one that we briefly saw before. And there are a few more. There's Angrevol. And of course, it's always a pleasure to see like the people that we just hosted here, people of the community, and they see themselves in the in the game. So it's always a nice experience. And we have Skyhawk here, just to conclude.
Yeah, so Twinkie always puts just a ton of work into like not only the gameplay and the art, but also just the lore of these levels. And so we've had a few map making competitions, and I believe Twinkie has won both of the previous two based on just like the scope of some of these levels and the world building. So it's really cool to see that just this different aspect of creativity is part of the community.
Okay, I read that. Yeah, here there are a couple more.
Just all over the world.
Yeah.
You can't not have one on screen.
Yes. Okay, so then we can
the
mention
music.
rapidly. Yeah, we can mention rapidly Ragwood.
Oh yeah, sure. The other Twinkie map.
Yeah.
Maybe just play it, or instead of a replay, just like enter it and look at some of the text.
Yeah, so this is has like a lot of text, and there should be custom music, which leaks spoilers. There will be a taste later, but yeah, the really nice thing here is that which one is the there is text. There is a lot of text, and we can have dialogue with.
Yeah, you could be stuck in here for like an hour trying to just read all the different dialogue that we put in.
I think my replay is like half an hour in this map, just because I just wanted to read the story. But yeah, here we have all the story from all the NPCs, which are actually members of the community. So yeah, just to show, if you want to know the story, play this map. It's on the Atlas.
Yeah, definitely check out Ragwood on Atlas.
Yeah. So, moving on. So, besides the gameplay and the things that end up in gameplay maps like this, the community also has a very strong creative sense in general, and a lot of our community members are like very, very good at music, very talented at music. And this kind of fits really well with the fact that Dustforce itself has a really amazing soundtrack. We can really say that the soundtrack by Lifeform is one of the best achievements of the game, I think. And we were actually being able to reach out to Lifeformed, and we have an interview with him. It's through email, so we are going to read it out with Skyhawk now. But yeah, it was a really nice chance to have a chat with Lifeform.
Fortunately, it wasn't able to join us in person, but yeah, was able to answer a bunch of people's questions.
Yeah, let's put a nice one. Okay, so we are going to
I'll start us off.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, first question is the most asked question. We had like a form that people were able to enter questions for Lifeformed, and he would answer them. So, number one question: what songs are you most proud of, or is your favorite? And Lifeform's response was that it changed over the years, but currently their favorite is Elvish Piper Academy and the Magnetic Tree. And they also really like the section starting at 208 in Upside Down Stalagmite.
Yeah, next question is, when developing the songs, did you see the level concept or art to inspire you, or did the song come first? Lifeformed answer is yes, the whole team just sat in the living room of my apartment and made the game together. So I was playing the game and making music at the same time. The music kinda ended up being my audio interpretation of the game's visual style, colorful, relaxing, and energetic.
I think also, just to add in, like, I think the prototype for Dustforce had music by I believe it was robot science.
Yes, yes.
I think they've mentioned previously that they were kind of inspired by their style as well.
Mhm.
Next question was, were there any creative blocks in some songs? And their answer was, at first my idea was to compose a track with very specific goals. Make a song for this specific area of the game with a very specific kind of energy, feel, and tone. It was really difficult to match those constraints because when making music, I just wanted to follow where music was taking me, which wasn't always where it was supposed to go. A sound or chord or melody would hint towards the next musically interesting tone, and it felt like I was simply just there to discover the track instead of creating it. I'd find an interesting starting point and then dig up the rest and clean off the dirt. Oftentimes, it would mean I would end up with something completely different than what I set out to make, and would often be too dynamic or dramatic for what I imagined game music to be. I thought game music was supposed to be just sit in the background and not assert itself too much, but I couldn't be motivated to make that kind of music. I struggled for a bit when I would work on a track and then veer off into a tangent that was fun and motivating to make, but it would be wrong for the area, so I'd have to stop myself. But it was too hard. When you dig up fossils, you'll find all kinds of great things, but it's really to go looking for just a specific kind of fossil. Eventually, I gave up trying to box myself in and instead just made what felt right, then would see where it could fit in the game. That process really freed me, and I didn't get stuck after that.
Next
It's
question
kind of interesting.
Yes.
No, sorry to
No,
comment
please.
on that answer. Yeah, no, I think there's a few unused tracks in the game, and yeah, they feel more like upbeat and not quite as background music like he's saying. And so it's interesting to see that that's how he felt about the music when, yeah, a lot of it is just this great ambient style.
Yes. So next question is, in your album notes, you listed some things that inspired you. Was there anything specific? And the Lifeform Dancer is, I remember that my biggest musical influences then were Chrono Trigger, the Chrono Trigger album, and Clark, specifically Body Riddle.
Next question is, what programs and virtual instruments did you use? And the answer was, with Dustforce, it was mostly Ableton and some things from Native Instruments, mostly Reactor and Massive with a K, or well, Reactor with a K, excuse me. Nowadays it's still Ableton, but I also use a lot more of my own recorded samples and play around with processing them into interesting sounds. It's kind of a neat progression.
Yeah. Next question is, what is your musical background? And the answer is, I took piano lessons as a kid, but quit when I was 14, since I didn't like being forced to practice every day. But later I realized I actually enjoyed it when I was doing it at my own will, although I am grateful for being forced to get through the hard parts. So I started again. I got a MIDI controller to play piano in college, mistakenly thinking that it was a good piano substitute that you just have to plug into your computer. I soon found out it was more fun to play with the software, and from there I started experimenting with making my own music.
Next question. Did the other developers have any influence or say in the development of the music? And the answer was yes. Since we were all working together in person, we would all hear it every day, and I would adjust things accordingly. Since I was still kind of learning how to do things then, I was pretty eager to take eager to take in a lot of feedback, and was still a bit timid in finding my own musical voice. But eventually I ended up with a consistent style that I was happy with for the album.
Okay, the next questions are about the game development mostly. So first one is how were you reached out to? This is actually something that we got.
We heard the other side of this.
Yes. It all started with the contest that Dustforce prototype had won. I was working at that company then, and met the rest of Hitbox team through that, and we became good friends. Eventually, they ended up working out of my apartment, and at the same time, I had quit the company to work on my own games. They wanted me to do the sound effects for Dustforce, but I secretly wanted to make the music too. Despite never having really composed anything. So I made a test track, I think it was Your Favorite Color, and they really liked it, and so I just ended up doing it.
Yeah, that's the track that didn't make it into the game that I was mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
It's interesting that was the first one. I guess he just kind of like refined the style over time and made it more what he wanted for the game. Next question, how much say did you have in the actual development of the game? And the answer was, even though I joined the project late, I was involved with everything in the game, including driving everyone to White Castle to nourish these Australians fascinated with chicken Tauruses. My day-to-day work was mostly just audio, but I was part of all the design discussions, and I made some maps. After the game was released, I made the Atlas map website. Yeah, and was also involved with the community for a while with things like moderation and that.
Yes, that's true. So how much internal testing did the game go through? Any external? And the answer is tons of internal testing, not much external, just a few friends. That's why the game ended up being so hard. We just keep playing it and trying to give ourselves new challenges. Yeah, that's true. When you play something, you become good and you don't realize how hard it is.
Yeah, definitely a problem for custom maps as well.
Yes.
It's funny how our thoughts mirror the devs' thoughts when making levels. All right, next question. Was there a lot of fixing things once the game went live? And the answer was, Matt knows more about this. A lot of the post-launch work was porting to Mac and Linux in the DX update and fixing obscure bugs that one person in the world would encounter. I think I saw some Reddit posts about that where they would ask the community for things like that.
Yes. So next question is, how did you know the game was complete? Was DX the planned final update? We had set a deadline for release on Steam, so the game was complete when the deadline was reached. DX gave us some room to add in some of the things we didn't get to. Yeah, that makes sense.
And final bonus question. Do you have any sheet music available for the songs? And unfortunately, the answer is no sheet music, sorry. It's a frowny face. I haven't arranged any tracks for piano. The only pure piano track is Dream Salvage. I have a MIDI file somewhere for that, though, which I assume could be converted.
Yeah, this was unfortunately destroys the dreams of a lot of people. I see. But yeah, I really hope that Lifeform knows that we are really thankful for him being available to answer our questions. And I think that it's fair to say that his work has inspired a lot of admirers in the community. And actually, we are going to listen to some of these like inspiration work that were done in inspiration from Dustforce music in general. Right, Skyhawk, can you tell us about like some people who actually made remixes of Dustforce music?
Yeah, so we have a channel in the Discord that's kind of dedicated to mostly just like posting songs that people like, but people also use it as a platform for sharing their remixes and things. And so there's been a lot of people, namely Epon, Cork, Snopia, and Twinkie, who make remixes of the game's songs. And the most notorious of them all is DJ UKKI Easy,
yes,
who has made a lot of pretty interesting tracks, I'll say.
Exactly. We are now we can listen to some of these. Let's start with the ones that were made by Epon, Cork, Snopia, and Twinkie. So we will leave you to listen to these wonderful remixes, in my opinion at least. And see you back in 2 minutes. Okay, so I hope that you enjoyed it. It was really nice remixes, in my opinion.
Yeah, amazing work by a lot of community members.
So there is another thing that we mentioned before. We didn't yet hear from the famous DJ UKK Easy. So what do you think it's his project, Skyhawk?
Yeah. So he has a particular style of music that I think maybe we should just let speak for itself.
Yes.
We've got a compilation of his work for everybody to enjoy.
Yeah, we are ready. So see you after.
Super Smash Brothers!
Beautiful. Wonderful,
Yeah,
wonderful,
work.
wonderful work.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to
Okay.
figure out how to mod that into the game.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So
if I just have one final thought, yeah,
Yes.
just there's so much cool stuff happening in the community all the time. Like just so all the creative things that people are working on. So, yeah, huge thank you to all of the community. Like you're the reason that I'm still playing this game, and I'm sure many other people feel the same way. So yeah, it's just great community, great stuff.
Thank you so much, Skyhawk. This was really interesting to talk about all this curious stuff happening around the community that go much, much beyond the game itself. So it was really, really nice.
Yeah.
So we are taking now a 5-minute break, and then we will be back with Tashizuna, who is the unofficial official artist for the Dustforce community. So see you in a bit. Hello, we're back. So, hello,
Hey.
Tashizuna. Really
Hello.
nice to have you here. We're really happy to have you here.
Guys,
so,
go away. The stream is I'm nervous.
So, Tashi is the unofficial official artist for Dustforce. So you did really a lot of Dustforce fan art, and yeah. So tell us about yourself.
Wait, can you put my screen already?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to follow the order. Let's see if I don't.
Your screen is up.
Oh gosh. Just to showcase some clean up, no, some art. Oh gosh, no, it's wrong. Hello guys, it's been a really nice stream overall. So congrats everybody, so cool. I was laughing so much on the music. Amazing. Nice. So I don't know why I'm here. I'm like the lurker artist on the community. But okay, going to my my stuff. So Giselle on the screen, yes. Okay, here's me, I guess. So kind of where can you find me on the socials and stuff? Who am I? I'm a 31-year-old boomer because I made like a birthday on the Friday. So Dustforce and myself, we have similar birthdays. So okay, the game is the same sign as me. So yeah, boomer. Woohoo. Thank you. Couldn't make the happy birthday stream, sorry, but I wanted to make a happy birthday stream, but I'm really busy with deadlines and stuff. So yeah, anyways. So oh gosh, how do I organize? Okay, like Tashizuna is half of my production, so I have another main art account with other stuff, but I won't say it here. So just to clarify, this will be like me clarifying stuff. That's my opportunity to do that, so let's do it. So yeah, I'm have a diploma that I'm a fine artist, and I'm also a teacher. I teach. I was teaching animation and arts like privately over the pandemic because I was going to get that really cool job as a teacher on an actual school, but then the pandemic was the incredible cycle of humanity, and oh well. So that's more like that's so that's it. And I've been an animator and illustrator for years now. But like because there's a lot of programmers here, I guess I can say the joke that I'm a full stack artist, so I can do many things besides like the just 2D animation and stuff. I still learning 3D, but oh well. And what else? Oh, so you guys have been seeing my this stream with the characters, podcast characters, and the oh gosh, the in between sections screen that I made. So yeah, that's all me.
Yes,
So
all the art in the stream is Tashi's art. So
yep.
We have a big thank you to Tashi for like really helping with making this stream look nice.
So yeah, here's some avatars and stuff. And yeah. So okay, I guess that's story time. I guess But how do you know the game?
Yeah. So why Dustforce?
Why?
How did you know about the game? Why did you get into the game? And like why also your name Tashizuna? Where does it come from?
There's a lot of things, but I would keep it simple. Also, Better can cut me and say like, "Oh, it's taking too long," whatever. So please, you are in control.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, guys. So okay, in 2013, this game sounds cool. Shoutouts to Platinews for making a friend of mine play the game on his laptop right next to me when I was doing my final thesis for my university. And then I heard the music and I was like, oh my gosh, it's the best music ever. So first, I got into the music of the game. So I listened to that for my last year of college, basically. And then, wow, but this game, when I finished college, it was a kind of a hard time. So I don't know, maybe I can say that the cliche stuff ever since Woodley was saying really beautifully, by the way, that the game is like perseverance and that you keep going and try again and again until you succeed. So it was a really bad time for me. So the cliches, like the game saved me from depression. Wow, because it was like that at the first time. Not recommended because getting the symptoms is not fun. But anyways, so okay, I have been hearing the music for so long. Let's see what the game is like since I'm on vacation and got my diploma and have nothing else to do. When I was like seeing the beautifully animated stuff that Woodley make, because it is also a really great pillar for the game, not just the music and the gameplay itself. I think Dustforce is like really well balanced with the 4 devs, like, or everybody involved. So really good stuff. Everything is good, but cool. This game looks really cool, but this game is also really hard. Let's try to play it. So since Woodley was telling about the tutorials and stuff, I was going to say that I recently like last year, made a whole stream just roasting the tutorials and kind of finding a solution for that. So you can go to my Twitch channel. So I decided during this stream right now, like everybody was saying like, oh, thank you devs, you're awesome. I'm here to say screw. No, just kidding. So, oh no, the game is really cool, but I'm glad that I skipped the tutorial because I was playing the tutorial with the best music, in my opinion, in the game. I really like that soundtrack. So, but I got stuck on the part that you have to dash with the spikes. But because instead of like giving up entirely, I was just, okay, let's go see what else the game has. And then that's what hooked me in the game, because I started learning the mechanics downhill forward, and it was like the pre-DX era.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's a little rant right there. Let's see how much the devs hate me after my so okay, in 2015, that's have the I was like playing still, but I was playing more stuff. Just so yeah, I really love this game, but how come it doesn't have something? And what the fuck is a speedrun? sorry. I discovered what a speedrun was because of this game, and it was my second indie game. So I was like most casual player, and like my first indie game was Journey. Really loved that game too. And then Dustforce was my second indie game, so I was like hooked on independent game development. Like, wow, this is so cool! I never knew we could. You could do so many other ideas, like not the patronized stuff with the industry, whatever. So I played the game and I really fell in love with the game. So when you fell in love with the game, you are expecting to get more stuff, like wallpapers, like badges and stuff. But indie games doesn't have this. Like just like recent years, people. Nowadays we have like websites that you can make a plushie for the streamer in the game. This is really cool, changing a lot of stuff. So, but why you make it? Why and what's that? Like, let's continue. So this is the website for the game, and I was like, cool. This is the website. This is recent. I got a snapshot, and the images here is just the snapshots from the game. It's not anything. So why? This is the big why. Why Tashizuna made all this art? Why all this stuff that is weird and confusing? Because I just wanted a wallpapers tag. That's all I wanted.
Tiny
That's
wallpaper
everything.
section.
That's everything I wanted. But did I say that? No, because I was a really dumb person back then. But since I really wished that, and I didn't know how to reach for that, so I started making my. Oh wait, but before that, but Dashi, there was the string, like the string games, the string wallpapers. from the games, from the badges and stuff. Because when the game entered Steam, they had like just collectibles. But I think it wasn't Woodley. It was another person who did this, right? So for Woodley. So okay, like they are mostly cool, I guess. This one is really all out of model, and I hate this one. I really like this one. It's cool. Oh gosh, what is this? Like, Dusty Girl was my favorite character. Why? What is this? Why? What is this? Like, they even made a custom badge to make an actual face for the girl. Like, how? So I got triggered. So I decided that I will make the wallpapers I wanted myself. So then I made some of them, and then I kept doing wallpapers, and then I kept doing wallpapers, and then I kept doing wallpapers, and then I kept doing stuff on string, and then I kept doing, and even some stuff that I haven't finished. So yeah.
That's a lot of
this,
keep doing wallpapers.
Keep doing that. There's a lot of wallpaper. I will explain in a moment. So this one was Beta asking me about this guy. So those are a mix about the characters. Like, this is the official art, this part here, for example. And then I completed the drawing. So I made this. This is a indirect collab with Woodley. Those were Woodley. Oh, it was Woodley? Okay, see, I'm already roasting the devs again. Nice. So there will be something going on there, like yeah, I will roast. I will like say good things and roast. But so most of these are posted, I guess. But I really sorry that I couldn't like organize a actual folder of stuff. If you guys were doing a video about these strings later on, I will prepare like a drive folder with all the images. I wanted somewhere that you can see everything I made, because I made a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
I guess
thank you.
I can explain. Oh, whoops! Before the cursed stuff. So, back then here, in 2014, sad story again. Woo, I was. I got an issue with my eyesight, so I had a blurry vision for quite a while. So I was prevented from drawing, animation, and playing the game. So I could only make some sketches here and there. And when you get on this like forced withdrawal of art, then you get all internalized. And then in 2015, I got cured of that. So this was like a burst of creativity, like not just as Tashizuna, because in the first half of 2015, my actual account that I won't say the name, but I was making like a huge challenge. I love challenge. I made a huge challenge of doing an animation per day for 30 days, like a whole month of animations. It was all original. So I was like, okay, let me get out all the original stuff, because in my head back then, like only the original stuff are valid, and the fan arts that I later on learned about, they were trash. So I was just like, this is all trash. So let's just throw them on the community without signing them. Kind of a mistake of my part. So it was like an indirect gift to the void of what I really wanted and didn't know how to phrase it like that. So okay. Change things up. What? What the Lotus is saying? What? Oh no, I will take. I will get to the Lotus stuff later. Don't worry. So, okay, what next? So, one thing that I was going to say, like the first post, actually, remember I said I was a full stack artist, so I made like puppets for the. I made a journey puppet too, so this post, I guess, was deleted from Twitter, so it's kind of cursed, but that's how I call the attention of the devs. Really weird stuff. So, okay, no questions there, I guess. We can go to the community. I hope I'm not Frank
Yeah, no,
Shifting.
go ahead. I mean, I think everyone is enjoying your story. I mean, so far it's so well organized too. So,
Oh, sorry.
so
Okay.
yeah, basically, what about your participation to the community? Because I mean, you made so many contributions to the community in terms of fan art and. Not only to that, also things that the community uses today, like the thing that you're showing right now, the icon
Yes.
that we use for the Discord, all these things, the comics, yeah. Tell us about
Yes. So Dustforce kind of dragged me into a lot of first-time stuff. So I started streaming because people were streaming the speedruns. I started posting on Twitter for the first time as Tashizuna. Actually, yes, Tashizuna was because of their rankings, because I need to have a username to play the Steam version, like here. So I had to create the name for the rankings. I will show it later.
Yeah. So your whole name, your whole like Tashizuna brand is because of the Dustforce username.
My branding for the gamer art stuff is because of Dustforce. It was like it has all a story about like me and my friends on high school were doing like a comic book, and there was some fan art of Naruto, and everybody have a ninja nickname, and it was similar to that, but not really. So it just like turned it into that. But anyways, since you would, I was talking about ninjas, why not add that? So yeah, I had to make my branding. So everything that is fan art or game related is Tashizuna, and everything that is my own personal studies and watercolors and stuff is the my other account. So yeah, I started posting stuff. Like was my first post on Steam, I guess. I was using Steam and Twitter for the first time, talking to people from other countries for the first time. So it was a bunch of new stuff. And I was still a stupid person, but I was becoming better. I don't know. So this one was one of my favorites. the debate that was going at the time that I was joining the community. So I started making other funny stuff, like some crossovers, because we are talking. You guys were talking about other games and influence.
Yes.
So I started posting stuff, and people started to know me and ask stuff or calling me to the community. So it started an interaction that I wasn't ready for. I was like, wow, why people are thinking this trash is cool, but I love this one. This is a really recent one.
Yeah.
Sorry, this game is better than this one. Kidding. So anyways, okay, those were the first stuff. So then I started to making like stuff for the community specific, like started to participate on the Reddit, because when I was playing the game and getting all the SS for the stages, I got a lot of cool tips and tricks and stats from the Reddit as a lurker. And then I started like, okay, I tried to post stuff. Oh, look, Dustforce is 4 years old. I draw the janitors as if they were 4 years old.
Yes.
And
they're getting big now.
Yeah, they're getting more kiddos. Kid size. So this kid was a baby here. This one is an actual watercolor, and then this first is like digital. This 5 years with the high five. So yeah, I started on the 4th year. I guess I started playing the game, and I because I started with the PC version only when the new update. No, before the update. So I guess I had a problem with my PC. So then I had to update the even the game. Like I had to make the Steam version because the PC wasn't working anymore. Something like that. So okay, and then this 6 years old, I wasn't inspired enough. And then this guy here was the 7th anniversary. I have a video for this guy. He was a 3D. Ooh, it was a test. I was making Blender. So I really like this test. So the rigging is all a huge mess, so it's not optional at all. But I was just like having fun and experimenting. I would have to build the character all over again to be able to animate and stuff. I missed this year. I don't know. I guess this year was too much stuff going on. So yeah, and then I came back. Like the pandemic just, I don't know. I had this idea to bring back an old idea I had. Like when I was sick and couldn't play the game, I started creating like micro comics and lore, my own lore for the characters and the world.
Yes.
I was like having a lot of fun not playing the game, but imagining stories for the characters because I really love all the characters' designs. Like shoutouts to Woodley, they are all amazing. I hate you, love you. And then the 10th anniversary is like
Yes, it's happening right now.
last I was making all these ideas last week, like on the this animations, they are automatic actually, done in Blender Grease Pencil, and they are a modifier. I didn't animate them, so it's yay. Blender is really awesome. I don't have to animate it. It's really annoying to make. I didn't make a time lapse. The video was like 1 hour long. I won't show here, but I can post it later. But really nice. This effect is. Yes, it is annoying to make, but it's payoff. I guess it's. I don't know how you guys liking it so far.
I think everyone is loving them.
And then back on Twitter, some image for the GGQs. I guess this one was Tivate's run. I don't know. No, this one was Callisto's run, I guess. This was a program like that you don't use this program to paint. It was like alchemy. I don't even know if it exists. Twitter have some tools for this one. I remember I was at work, so I didn't have my PC. I was animating, doing cleanup for a short movie. And then I saw all the commotion. I was like, oh gosh, I need to draw something, but I don't have any program. I only have like Toon Boom, and Toon Boom is awful. I just use it to animate. So yeah, spoilers, I hate Toon Boom. And then, so I made it kind of like crazy that I managed to do something with the program. So this one was, I think, Civates. I don't remember, but those were all like, I guess it was the Beat the Dev event, I guess. I don't know. It's either the Beat the Dev that Callistus was against Lexi. It was a really fun event. Lexi just started playing Kirby, the Kirby mode at the middle of the stuff. So it was so funny and really cool. And this one was so yeah, this one was a series of wallpapers. Like I made all the characters, and I also made like the cell phone version too. So I didn't post here, but yeah, it was for a GGQ as well. So I don't remember. Anyway, moving on. So the community had these races. So I didn't participate, but I like to watch the people competing and stuff. I thought it was so fun. And whenever people like won the race, I just drew. I was using Photoshop, I guess. Yes. People were laughing. So this one was like I was streaming, so I made both the trophy and the funny drawing for the. It was like a custom maps race about food. It was really funny. Some earthy stuff there. And then it was me, like a fun, like challenge me on forest. And like, of course, I lost. I'm a slow runner. So yeah. And then sometimes I will just ask the person, like, do you want like an avatar and stuff? So some people like ask it for specific stuff. And yeah, I was just a really dumb and generous person. So whatever. And then I also waited for the last place because for someone to not give up and actually go through the race was pretty impressive as well. So then I made whatever I wanted to the last place of the race, so people could.
Yeah, I recognize the last one.
And then was my last play.
This is from an event that we will talk about a bit later. One of the
Yeah, what is
newest
it?
events and one of the craziest maps that are in Dustforce right now. This is basically
Yes.
paint in Dustforce and was part of this race, this event.
Look at it, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Look at it.
It's beautiful.
Look at Dusk, it is beautiful.
This paint in Dustforce.
No, really, this is crazy. Like, shout outs to Jade. Holy hell.
Yeah.
Holy cow, holy hell, holy MSG, holy everything. Talking about MSG. So, this. When I was joining the community, this mod was growing up to like I guess when I saw there was Dustforce and Dustkid.com, and then there was Dustmod. So every time there was like new stuff added, and one day that's like so one day I saw, I don't know where, I don't know if it was like via Discord or Reddit, this new enemies mode, but then like the options and the like this screen here. So this part of the select screen and this part was like blank. So I just reached out to MSG, like, can I make the so can I just make the guys just for fun, because I was totally not data mining every image to study like Woodley's frames. No, not at all. So I knew how to shift around the images and stuff. So I made the wallpaper and the little select screen, so you know which enemy you are choosing, because it was blank and you couldn't know. And I also made the image for the 1, 2, 3 dust. So yeah, that was really cool. I posted this one on my ArtStation. There is actually a video showcasing better, but yeah, this was for Dust mod. Really cool. Yeah. I also kind of all MSG, like I was going to make like the enemies animation for like after you defeat them, when he added the AI for combat. And then when you win the enemy, he just vanishes. Like there is no animation for the settle defeat. So I was going to make that. I started to make that, but I haven't finished it. But it was more of a technical limitation on my part, because I wasn't using a program, a vector program. I was using a pixel program, so it was more difficult. But yes, sorry. So yeah, and more recently, people started to call me for stuff that actually represents like quite heavily the community itself. So this was the Dustforce icon for the Discord. Like, thanks Discord for making animated stuff, because it looks really nice. So I posted like this, the sort of a first pass and the final, and here like some process. This was me shifting to freewares only, because I was using Page software, but then because I wanted to teach animation and stuff, people here, like, we cannot afford the program. So I was like, well, let's see if the freewares, like the softwares that I like to, I always love it to experiment different softwares for animation and art. So I was like observing like if the freewares were updating enough for me to use like on more serious projects. And there was quite some improvements these last years. Like this year, like that is Krita 5 and Blender 3.0, like super huge updates. So wow, crazy. These programs, they are possible to make this kind of stuff, the actual professional stuff. It's really cool. Also some emotes for the Discord and stuff. So yeah, let's spam the kid cheers. It started as a me streaming the animation, and then like people actually had the idea, the community gave this idea to make like an emote, and because the silhouette is okay, like it was possible to make spam the pictures in chat. So because the silhouette was good enough, it's actually readable. Yay! So nice. See, I said that the designs were cool. Like, what else do you want proof for, Woodley? Come on! It is cool! Look, it reads from a distance. Come on, guys. So yeah, the pictures, a bit of the process, and me using Krita and making the strings. But I will try to change how I made the content. I guess I would just like use Twitch for video games and then move elsewhere for the animation stuff, I guess. Okay, this one not yet, but okay. So and other memes from the this was the Skyhawk.
Yes, okay, this maybe needs a tiny bit of background. There is a very weird mechanic on. So hawks are not in the main game right now, but there is a weird trick. You can still make customs, as we saw in one of the first replays. And they have a very weird mechanic, because once they start attacking, they follow the mouse cursor. And yeah, so that's that's the lore behind this.
This was funny because it was actually a hawk coming to me like, I had my birthday, I want some art. I was like, okay. Oh gosh, I let people use me like that. Anyways, so some of the memes were like on some strings I made. Like there's this one. Everybody knows this one.
Yeah.
Me including.
The missing spike. So when you heavy attack, there is the spread on that segment, and yeah, you get
exactly
AS.
this. Some Frankersy stuff. This is really old. Oh my gosh. So this one was like part of a bigger picture, so I just kept drawing the stuff. This one is really old as well, and watercolor and stuff. This one is kind of weird, but it was actually me hugging the prisoners to get to yacht. And this is a shout out to
yeah, this iconic level on the Atlas, one of the highest rated levels on the Atlas.
I remember like really liking this wallpaper because of the I'm like making this menu float here, and I was saying like on the description of the image, like the menus were really clean for Dustforce. I really like the menus and stuff. So again, the stuff that I was saying, like the devs and the Dustforce game is really well balanced, like really cool stuff all around. Like the menus work, the animations work. It is not clunky. Just let the game be. I use them all. Cool. I don't know why Lexi isn't here. Like he's talking a lot of cool stuff on the stream. So if you guys are going to make a video, print out all of the messages that he's posting right now and post on the screen.
Yeah, so
really cool.
I was in the middle of trying to create them, the hawks. I was working on the path they would dive. The idea would be they chase after the player. So I was using the mouse cursor as a target to make it easier to test moving targets. I got a huge metal block on that bird and I just gave up and moved on. But that's why it still chases the mouse.
So yeah, and then Alex actually told that the music cider time, sorry, it from the beverage that they used it to make when they were making the game. And I remember when I made the puppets, I also made the recipe, like the actual cider, because in my country we don't have the winter. So what is this like warm drink? We don't have it. But it was really cool to know about the recipe as well. So it was crazy. I actually made the same stuff because it was on the notes for the devs. So here, this image is like for when the Nexus started to be really crazy. And then I posted this one, and I guess Jersey was saying like, "Where's Dustforce? He's fine. He's just dropped down on the on the page." The Dark Nexus was
still under works, still unfinished, but yeah.
Yeah,
these are
like
like
really
few custom Nexuses that we have.
So So I guess people were really excited for this Nexus. So I was like seeing the excitement on Discord and just posted this. Is there. And then the other memes here and the other memes and art and stuff from other artists, like even Kuro and Half like posted some really cool images, and Cube Dust really cool tutorials for the strats and really cool emotes. So shout outs to all the artists there, because I'm showcasing my stuff mostly for Dustforce, but people really had a lot of contributions and stuff. People even do like the custom sprites, so custom stuff for the levels, and I guess I helped GVC Pro. He was going to make a League of Legends inspired map, and he wanted me to make custom props.
Yes,
some crystals and stuff. So I made those too.
Yeah, I played that map. That map is really nice. Looks really nice.
So then this is the most recent stuff. So okay.
Yeah, then there was a channel that was made in the Discord, mostly to house all of these things that the community and you were making for fun, for the fun. For the memes and so on, because then there were also these comics, the thing that we are looking at now. They were basically some meme templates. You made the templates and then people put in their own memes, right?
So yeah, this was a really old idea that I had making. I don't have the original here. I guess the original was this one. Like I was doing a comic, but I had dumb ideas, so I thought about like, what if the community can make like suggestions for the text, since I'm not good at making like small jokes like this, like only longer stories. So I was encouraged by my co-host Daniraldo, so shout outs to him, because he's my partner in crime now. So really nice. And then because of all the pandemic and stuff, you kind of want to do stuff like, what can we do to be like, to pass the time, to try new stuff even with this harsh time. So yeah, I started this thing that led to this 9th anniversary. So I just like had this template and the instructions on Reddit, and then people could make like their own jokes.
Yeah.
And I was streaming, like me making. I posted the instructions, and then I was making a live stream later, and I got enough like inputs. So I streaming myself like doing the art, and I just mentioned something like, oh, it was good to have an Artforce channel, haha. And then people actually made the channel. I was like, oh god,
yeah.
People actually listen to me. Wow. So those were like my favorite. This one was fun because it was like one person had the idea for the template, and then I drilled in and people made this. Like one is cute and the other is like horror. But in the end, like most of the times people were kind of shy to make the ideas. They wanted them to make like inside memes and stuff. So I kind of stopped doing this because I don't know, I wasn't sure if I could continue, or if I was going to continue on my own, I would prepare a story better. I don't know. I still plan on doing something. So this one was cool as well. So shout outs to the people that actually edited some stuff sometimes. Oh yeah, because of these streams, I got the affiliate stuff. So I was like, wow. It was enough for Twitch to be happy about about me streaming again. So yeah, have the affiliate, cool. I kind of regret it because you have to see the advertisement at the beginning, so kind of sad. Whatever. I'm really happy with this show. So this one, this was a sequence. It was to be just one, but became a sequence of jokes.
I love these two ones. I just got a record level. And then immediately, yeah.
So people, I'll say Dustforce is OP. Even in a arch world, he couldn't help but rise up. So yeah, nerf the guy. Whoops. Okay, what else here? So and then a lot of stuff. So this was really cool. So then I made like this montage with all the arts and streaming that I was doing. The Celeste crossover, that was an old idea as well, and this Yoda stuff was really old as well. Like, get good.
Get good, yeah. Always get good.
I still need to like post of the comics on my ArtStation. Sorry guys, but I will make a compilation and place everything at one place, because you can see then going through the Discord and Reddit, but I guess the easiest stuff is to go to my Reddit name and go through my posts, and then you can check it faster, I guess. Cool. What else? Any other questions, or can I continue?
I think we can go on.
Okay. So
Don't see any.
also commissions, like my first ever commission was from Callistus. Shout out to the guy. Like actually he was posting on his Twitter like openly, can someone do like what's the name of the game, the word ends with you inspired artwork, and I was like, wow, I really like this game, can I try? So he accepted, and also shout out Callistus, you can change the art now. Okay, thank you for all these tweets for so long. Like thank you, man, but if you want to change it, okay, I'm okay with that.
You don't
No
get
worries.
offended if it changes.
No, I won't. So yeah, so commissions, wow, a new word to me, a new world in my art stuff. So because mostly I was like a freelancer for doing book illustrations, some book illustrations, animations, cleanup, a lot of cleanup, and that's why my style like shifts a lot, because when you are a cleanup artist, you need to adapt to the model of the character. So and I like to explore arts and stuff. So I guess because I had this cleanup artist mindset, like if the character has specific rules about the proportions and stuff, I just like to follow that, follow that a lot, and not deviate and stuff. And this is the J Dude. Shout out, really nice custom stuff.
Yes, that's
I guess
great work.
The brand of the controller is Hitbox, so it was a joke with the Hitbox team. This one was a commission, like I made this drawing first, markers, I guess. Yes, water-based markers, and then someone like just asked me, "Can you do the digital wallpaper?" I was like, "Yeah, wow, cool." I was using like Flash, so it is vector. But now that I'm freeware only, I just have like the freewares. I don't have access to that anymore, unfortunately. I can pay for, I cannot pay for Adobe. Screw Adobe. Freewares for me. This one was really cool. The is a Merck's art. Oh, whoops, not this one. CYZZ and Merck. It was a map collab, really cool.
Yeah.
Wow, there was a issue with the branding. Oh gosh, Lexi is saying that right now. Wow,
yeah.
Complicated.
Hitbox.
Because it is a name like the Hitbox, the actual stuff that the structural like game mechanic stuff. Why not using the name? This one was Twinkie. Not Twinkie. I'm by the way, I'm non-existent on Twinkie's lore, so he never wrote about me. Sag, screw you. But really nice to make this wallpaper. And this one was my favorite. Like the person who commissioned me wanted it to be hidden, so yeah. But come on, really nice. My two favorite games right now. Lotus, Falling Lotus wanted the VR back, offline screen. Oh gosh, I'm really sorry if I'm frantic with the pause. If people are watching later, you can pause the video. And then I made because he asked it for the impossible, like Leaf Sprite.
Yes.
The level. Then I made Dustman version 2.
Yeah, I think it's this one, the one that it was mentioned before, saying that this was done in 3D, no?
Yes, I had the. Let's go past that. So this was the concept on Procreate. So this is the Blender. I actually tried to make like a modular stuff in Blender for her reference because I was trying to master Blender like this couple of years like since 2019. I really got into like I will try to learn Blender and stuff, but I ended up just learning the shading and the grid space, so that is 2D. And then right now I'm trying to go back to sculpting in 3D, and I will get to the rigging part sometime, but it's so hard. Oh gosh. Anyway, so I kind of try to mix up everything and using Krita as well. So this is quite a kind of a process, non-recorded process. So you can see a little. But yeah, it was really cool to make.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess it's a
and it looks so good.
It was kind of hard to make this transparent effect. I guess I had to make a lot of different renders and really layer stuff again from Blender because I didn't know how to make the shaders work yet. So it was a lot of back and forth and a lot of like how do you say, patching stuff up. So it wasn't like out of the box perfect render. I had to go back and I guess I even like rendered the spikes separate so I can make them transparent because they were not transparent. Anyways, it was like quite of the shenanigans to get here. So yeah, it's really cool. So okay, let me drinking water because
is this the action charm strat? Yeah, so after let's say all this work for the community, actually, that's not the only thing that you did, no? Because you actually have a particular relation with the devs, no? With the Dustforce devs. Can you tell us about that?
Okay. No, I just made a number reason. Like I'm not a dev. I try to be, but it's too hard. I'm just like an artist animator that. I guess I would be the artist animator / developer and not the game developer. I guess I just don't have the brains for that. I actually trying to learn Python again, like programming, because of Krita and Blender, because they actually accepted the language. So I'm actually having a lot of fun. Like I wish I could get into Python earlier because I was trying to learn C#. I'm talking like programmer stuff. And it was really hard. So now I'm trying to learn Python, and I'm having really fun with this. So hopefully I can make something. Actually, recently I used Python, and the language to fix a plugin that I used on Krita. So because Krita was like from 4 to 5, the update, it broke my plugin. So I actually got there inside the code and made it work again. So yay, brothers! I'm kind of a programmer now. So yeah, all these images. So I was posting so much stuff. So the devs actually passed by my strings chat and like, oh cool, your art's actually cool and stuff. And by then I was again a really stupid person, and I was idolizing them too much. So sorry about that. I probably was a really hard how can I say it, annoying person to deal with. Sorry, but I think I'm better now. I'm a boomer now, so I think I'm better. And we are just acquaintances. Like we live really far away, and I don't know anything about the car stuff. Like just some hints. But mostly we just our conversations and interactions were me annoying or roasting them, and I don't know why they kept talking to me. Yeah, this one was me annoying life format, like really annoying. This one was a Twitter post. He was saying like the
Yeah, the height of that
That's
smell.
that one was really. So this one was like the I was at my work again, and then I didn't had a program, so I used it like TV Paint for this one. Back then, not not much a program to draw, but me being so desperate to annoy the devs that I used it whatever program. This one was an animation I posted on my Twitter, but yes, it was me. Like, sorry, life format. Really sorry, you have to keep up with my stuff. Oh gosh, Lexi, I have more drawings for Lexi, but I won't show. I guess I drew the dog, your dog or something. Woods, screw you. These were like my biggest watercolors, I guess. It was a gift for his birthday, I guess. And I really like the Chrono Trigger. Trigger Trigger, I never know if I saying this right. I remember when I was little, I played the beginning of Chrono Trigger, but because I didn't know English enough, I couldn't play the whole game. But I fell in love with the game when I watched the playthrough later, and yeah, best boy Froggo. And this was his main character for the competition, melee competition. Oh, you didn't throw them on the fire. Thank you. See, I'm always annoying the devs. Oh yeah, and this was for Devil Daggers.
Yes.
This was my brother's hand. I guess I was at a restaurant with my family. I just like asked my brother, "Can you put your hand like this?" And then I drew. I had my note. Oh gosh, I have my notebook watercolor stuff with me. So because I'm like if you guys want to know about it, Urban Sketcher. Catchers. It's really international, really cool group that I'm part of on my country. And then you kind of you get to the places to draw the scenery for the cityscape and stuff. So you have this portable watercolors, portable ink. I really love ink and pen and stuff. So yeah, I love this game. I actually really love this game. People get afraid, but I don't. Best game. So yeah, I don't know why. I really annoyed the devs a lot, and they actually let me help them with the Angie, Amnesia, Fortnite stuff that happened. So you need to play Devil Daggers, Lotus. You need to play. So yeah, in 2017, I was really sick of working in a really complicated job. It was too long and too awful. And then this opportunity arose, and I was like ditching my main job to go and annoy the devs and ask them if I could help. I guess I actually roasted Woodley's image like again in the Reddit. No idea, you should keep up with me. Oh gosh. So I
annoyed the devs so much that you said that you convinced them to say, okay, you do it. If you think you do it.
I don't know, this person is so confusing that she might kill us. I don't know, let's be nice to her. No, I don't. I tried to make like some stuff, but Woodley created all everything, and I just like made mostly ideas for the environment, like help it with the brainstorming, and the splash art, like really bonus. Really sorry that I couldn't finish the Astro ones. So I had some sketches. And this one is actually posted on my ArtStation. That is the link for the video. So here, this idea for the rock formations and this color, like kind of join this color with this idea of the rocks, and then the end results was like this. And then it was really cool. I don't know if they showed the splash screen on this video, but I know when you get to download the game, like you have the splash art and stuff. So yeah, it was a really cool project. So okay, there was something else about that I joined it up. So, but I don't know if I'm allowed to. Since Woodley didn't
wink,
want to.
yes.
Woodley didn't want to elaborate. So I don't know if the devs want me to just troll the community a little, because I wouldn't say that there is some before Angie. There was something that I was trying to help. Let me just get water real quick.
Yes.
So let me get some process. So this one was spoiled already. The last animation that I made, real quick. I didn't. Okay, no, that's the process. Yes, it was the custom map trophy. I really liked the the design. So
yeah, one of the custom trophies.
So this was me using Krita more stuff. So now I would probably like use Blender more, because Blender lets you have a lot more control on the Blender is more like a vector program, despite like Greasy Pencil isn't vector. It's like some weird 3D stuff. So I don't know why I made this girl, because I like this girl, so she wins. Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was me. I was doing on live streams, and I actually need to post. I need to post it on my Twitter. Sorry, guys, I late to stuff. But I was really proud of this. This last since 2019, I actually focused a lot on make my 2D animator, traditional animator career better, and I got a lot of stuff like done, like some other animations that they aren't Dustforce. Like I have at least 2 other animations from other games. I posted one for Sky, I guess. Yes. So I'm making stuff, but I really need to stop and post them properly. And yeah, I actually right now I have a job as an animator on a short movie that is like finishing. So yeah, I did it. Woo!
Nice.
So okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
go. That's it.
yeah.
Go back.
Oh, that's really nice.
I don't know if we have time or not. If the devs will allow me to say something about the other projects or not. I would just like be really brief.
Let's
but
hear from. Let's see if we get some answers from directly, like in the, I don't mind.
No, don't worry. I just like make my own stuff and be really superficial and make a kind of joke in the end, but trolling the community. Okay, but before let's just say it. Whatever. It's Mercury retrograde. I need to review stuff. What else? So okay, the devs. I joined this guy, and then I was actually trying to.
We go all the way over.
Hey. So yeah, I made it sad because I didn't know if I was going to. I was waiting for Woodley, but I can be really brief about it. But yeah, let me explain. So because I didn't make it as a 3D artist, the devs actually let me try be a trial period, like just this time period here. That I was like an outsider freelancer trying to bring ideas and brainstorm stuff. So the enemies are from Woodley, please. He created everything. I just made other poses for the guy. So really nice. When it was like posted, this one I actually posted on my Instagram and stuff, but I never said that it was Spire. I was like kept it like it was a game. But I actually posted these images on the my Twitter and stuff. So yeah, it was like kind of some stuff, like a lot of ideas, a lot of things like, oh, okay, this is from Unity, and then I will try to make like what these blocks would be because of the generative level idea and stuff.
Yeah.
These were like the best drawings, I guess, because I don't know. I looking back at these drawings, I don't like them. I think they are really bad. I don't know. This period in my life was really awful too. So it's kind of a half and half. It's kind of pain me to watch these images again and stuff. So so it is just my side. It's not the devs. They were always cool, but then they had their core team, and I was the freelancer, so I don't know anything. Don't go asking me anything. This one was like Dustforce inspired.
All we're getting.
yeah. And this guy, I actually tried to make these props on 3D, but Woodley was miles away, miles better from me, so I gave up. So this one was really cool. I hid there was one more image that with the character stuff, but I tried to make them here, but I don't like them. So just for reference, like this was like all my work for Spire, but I won't zoom in. Just so you can see, like I really tried, but I don't know. I really tried, but I won't show. Yeah, no.
There. I mean, I'm sure that maybe you have like the creator eye, but to me they look really nice. They really look atmospheric, and yeah, I would like to play that game. Wink, wink.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm way. Thank you, but I think I'm way better at making sceneries now. I actually need to study them more. So yeah, a lot of stuff to study this year. Woohoo! So, but yeah, I tried, but then it was just for this period, so I didn't continue. It was just this moment. So I even had a 3D dungeon model that I posted on my Twitter. So okay, I saw the Reddit for Spire these days. Some people still going there to bring the meme. So I was like, oh gosh, do I dare to bring the meme back? I guess I do. So before we go back to Dustforce, I will spoil the ending of the game, guys. Yes. So Spire, you're like this guy here, and then you go climb up the dungeon and stuff. And then when he hits the ending, there's more mountains, and then
there's a 12-meter dust man.
It's all connected, guys. Okay, back to this first. Never mind. Let's go back.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's.
So that's my troll. So yeah, guys, that's the game. You know the engine now. Stop it.
So, yeah, these are your favorites, right? You're showing us your favorite.
This one actually had a time lapse, but I didn't pick up. So okay, so I really like this one. I actually said it multiple times on stream. Like this is my favorite tutorial stage and stuff. I hate the new tutorials. Go watch my Twitch. I rant a lot about it. But yeah, I really like the old tutorial, the first one, pre-GX stuff. But when as an artist, like I was learning a lot about making the composition works, and the vibe that I want for this isn't 3D, this is drawn on Clip Studio. I didn't know how to 3D on this time. It was 2015, I guess. And then I wanted a specific vibe for the stage, and I guess for me, I captured it really nice here, like on this one. I really like this one too. This one that I was talking about. I guess it was another birthday. Then I made this joke with my notebook for the.
Yeah.
And I was telling Beta that it was the community image for Twitch, but I think Twitch changed stuff. There was a community tab and then there wasn't, so I don't know. But this one was like a community. Oh gosh. And then my favorites now are the animations that I'm really proud of. My own like custom Yoda Dustman.
Yeah.
I didn't make much. I tried to make like versions of the actual sprites, the game sprites for the characters. And I, even though they are like really far away, I had grips with some proportions that Woodley made on some in-betweens, and I tried to fix on that. So gosh, me being really ruthless. So some movements and poses for specific stuff, I kind of fix it. So I have a modded version for the animated characters on the game. Like I call the fixed version. Like, and then Dustforce had a backpack holding the vacuum because the vacuum is actually attached to this bag. So I didn't like that, and I drew the backpack handles on all the sprites. So yeah, I made that. So if you pay really close attention and I playing my Dustforce, have this fixed version. So yeah, yes, I'm really picky. So okay, that's any more questions before I go to the place you guys really you guys can like brief and say, oh, I saw a bunch of images and colors that I don't understand, and Tasha will show their rankings and it's our comfort zone for the community.
Yeah, that's actually a good question from Skyhawk. Is it a vacuum, a leaf blower? Is it both?
You don't ask me, you ask Woodley. I don't know, Woodley, where are you? So yeah, I actually forgot to make the 50 seconds stuff for the why do you think Dustforce is special, but I remember I was...
spoilers!
Sorry. But then I was going to say that it was more because of the characters and the animations than the games itself. Like, I played the game, I really liked the game, but then I kept coming back because I fell in love with the characters. Not the first time I fell in love with game characters. Like, I drew on other games and stuff. So, yeah, that was another hidden question. Like, do you make other stuff? Yes, I drew other games and stuff on my Twitter, and you can see. Is it a vacuum? It's a cleanliness energy generator. Yes. Yes. Where's the lore? But do you even play? So we can like end with this stuff.
So yeah.
Me exposing myself.
You do play. You played for sure when we had our last event. So. But do you do you feel like going back to the game? I know that like I empathize a lot because I think we are at the same block of assessing Yotta. So if you do it, I will do it.
Yes. So yes, 100%. And then whoops. This is my scene stuff. So actually, I don't know. I haven't counted the images again, but it's either. I don't know if it's like 2,000, 200, but for sure like this number. But I only posted 43, and then like explaining that I had like a PC version, so I have two names. Tashizuna on the Dust Kid, but it's this one, the 241. So yeah, my rankings, I guess. So I don't understand these numbers. You guys understand these numbers. I just understand the art. So yeah, you can see I made everything as just Yoda.
Yeah.
Why? Just Yoda.
Yoda, why?
Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys understand these new numbers. I don't understand, and you guys don't understand the art, and I don't understand.
Really hope to see you play more Yotta in the future.
I will.
So that,
I will.
You will push people like me to do it too.
No, we can do it. We can do it.
Yes.
Okay, I guess that's it. Any other stuff?
Anyone that has any questions? Otherwise, yeah. Thank you really a lot, Tashi. This was a really nice like dive into your art and your projects and all your contributions to the community.
Thank you. Hopefully I'm less confusing now. Now you guys know the full story and stuff, and which arch is my arch and which isn't.
Yeah.
I don't know if the devs hate me more now or not. Whatever. Also,
Okay.
I don't know if I can. Let's go back and go this string here. So where can you find me? This stuff.
Yeah.
And just an extra, like for commissions and stuff, I would just make them after April because I have the projects right now. So the commissions I have now, I will finish. Whoops, it's leaves right. But yeah, so future stuff just after this period works. Yay! So, thank you guys.
So good luck for your work, and yeah, thanks a lot for being here. And
10 years. Wow. Congrats, everybody. Clap, clap. Congrats, Bella. Congrats, everybody that talked about it. Was really awesome and amazing.
Perfect.
Thank you, guys. GG. Woo.
GG. So now we take a really short break. And then we actually have a surprise. So we are going to hear from a very special map maker who will talk about custom maps. I think it's going to be very, very interesting to hear from them. First enjoy the BRB screen because we need to fix a little bit of things, and then you actually watch an introductory video about what we are going to listen to. So see you in a bit.
See ya.
storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Going around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
So Let's welcome Slish.
My beta! Grandma is here. I have to be quiet. I lit some fireworks outside, so that way Grandma's distracted because I'm not supposed to be on the computer, okay?
Okay.
Well, I only have a couple minutes, but I'm gonna tell you guys who I am because everybody just keeps asking all the time. And it gets really annoying. And it's so obvious. I don't know how nobody knows who I am yet because I'm the best map maker that Dustforce has. They keep asking the same question, and I just don't get it.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, clearly you're Slish, no?
Yeah, I'm Slish. So,
best
I want to tell
ever.
you guys, well, I don't know, so, I make the best maps, but everybody knows the best map maker. I guess Holy Cow, that guy is the second best map maker. I like him a lot too. But the best player is probably Zimmel, because he gets first place on all my maps, and so I like Zimmel a lot. He's really, really cool. I don't know, what do you think? Do you think Zimmel's cool?
Yeah, I think Zimmel is cool.
Yeah, I think so too. I wanted to tell you guys, what makes a good map, though, too, because everybody just keeps making these bad ones, and here, I'm gonna show you a replay, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so this is.
Wait. Where are you showing it?
I sent it to you on.
Yes, 1 second.
Yeah. So, obviously my maps are all good, so I'm not gonna use one of those. But this map, well, I'll wait until everybody can see this map, so I can tell you guys why it's so good.
You're missing a Slish, but that's okay.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
We are seeing the map.
What I like about this map so much is that it tells a story. And maps need a good story, because if you do the same thing every single time, over and over and over and over, it's just really boring. So that's why I like this map, is because it's different, and it has a story, and it's important that it's a good story too. You can't just have a bad story, but you'd know if it was a good story because it's a good story. It's really obvious.
Yes. Story is super important.
It really is. So I want more people to make good maps. And okay, what is this guy saying? He says he really likes the creepy cave. Oh, I really like the creepy cave maps too. I really like the. Oh, and I guess they're not different, but. But even though they're not different, it's because they're a classic. That's what makes them good. Anyways, I gotta go to bed. I think I hear Grandma coming back.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, everyone. Everyone, thank you. Thanks, Slish. We are going to a very short break, and we will be back with Zanda. So hello again, Zanda. That was
Hello.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I was just sitting in the waiting room, and Sliss just joined, and I was not ready for it, honestly.
Yeah. So let's bring let's bring it back to more community talk. So actually, you have been recently like super involved in organizing community events and making them more regular, making more of them, more types of them. So we were really interested in hearing from you about what do you think about the past events, what were the past events, and how this is going in the future. So
yeah, so we've talked a lot about the community, what's going on in the community, and over time we've done a lot of different stuff together. We've always been active in some way ever since, like, before Discord we had the IRC, and races were pretty common on SRL. There used to be SS Forest races, just the one hub. That's my understanding of it, at least. I wasn't personally around in the community until the end of 2017, so I missed out on a fair amount of them, but I've looked at, what the kind of stuff that's happened, and there's quite a history. So the big event that we do all the time is the custom map race, and what that is it originally started as like a weekly get together where people race new maps. Like they'd make a map for the week and then just include it in the CMR, and everybody would play those together. And sometimes there were more than others. It went on for quite a while. There ended up being about 40 or so with this format in the early years, but it's been rebooted a few times after being inactive. At the moment, we've now had 62 in total over the years. So that's the storied CMR event that we all know and love. We've also hosted similar races whenever a new map pack or like a custom Nexus is released now. For example, Nuclear Zone or New Genesis. Any big collection of maps like that, people like to get together, and we kind of treat it like a CMR a little bit. We just play them all together. Really fun to be able to do something special for when people work on a big project like that.
Yeah, definitely gives the importance of a release, let's say.
Map competitions used to be around back in the day, and those came back in 2020, and we've seen some very high quality dust mod maps made for those. We've seen some of them here already featured. Those are some of the best maps we have, really.
Yes.
A lot of maps for CMRs ever since dust mod have always been incredibly detailed, so they're very consistently some of the best.
Yeah, there's been also a bit of an evolution in terms of like events, and also like how people are taking seriously these kind of events. No, I personally went through the maps for the map making competition, and like the quality spike in the last few years, where it was like when it started again. Yeah, it's incredible.
If you spend 8 years in between competitions, people are gonna improve.
Yes. So yeah, what about the new events that are now?
Yeah. So in 2020, roughly, I personally have a decent amount of experience with some like event management kind of stuff, and I got more involved with that in the Dustforce community for that specifically, and I just wanted to try out some new events with everybody. So the first one that we tried was the Dustforce Custom League, which is a special month-long event where teams make and compete on new maps each week. And the second Dustforce Custom League is actually currently ongoing. We're about in the middle of it, actually.
Yes.
So that kind of stuff we're gonna have another stream tomorrow with the maps being released for the next week of the league. But I'll mention that again in a moment. Another kind of new event is called the Custom Map Jam, which is a spin-off of CMRs. Participants have 24 hours to work on a new map, and then we all play them together. So kind of like a CMR, except you don't make the maps in advance, and it's not exactly a race either. If people are familiar with game jams, that's basically where the idea came from. People like to make ramens anyway, so why not actually put that into an event?
Yeah.
Those have been really successful. I look forward to
we
doing
have
more of those.
around more than 20 participation for an event.
Yeah.
It's I mean, to
We
compare
get more
with the
maps for
numbers
those
for
than
the
CMRs.
sorry.
We get more maps for those than CMRs.
Yes, exactly. To compare with the other events, we get so much participation for the custom map jams, and it's really impressive what people can do in 24 hours sometimes.
Yeah, another new event, which is what we see on screen,
Yes.
is called the Blind Relay Blitz. Which it looks like the wolf is covering up the lay
Yeah.
part. But what that is like our version of Super Mario Maker relay races at GDQs, which are some of the most fun kind of things that I've watched at GDQ, for example. And what happens in those is we so let's take the one that's being shown right now. You see an apple counter in the top left. The goal is hit the most apples within 15 minutes for this map, for this round. Players are on teams, and they have some unique challenges to do. It might be kind of simple, like best SS within 5 or 10 minutes, like a rapid fire kind of thing. It might be the first person to SS a map. It might be a really challenging map. Like we had an apple juggling map last time, and you had to juggle the apple across a very difficult level, lots of spikes. This one on screen is an exploration map where you find a lot of apples.
This event is really bringing out all the creativity in the community. A lot of things that we discussed before that sometimes get like overshadowed by just focusing on the leaderboards, but no, the community is much larger, and these kind of events actually highlight also these aspects of the game.
Yeah, we end up doing about one event a month, roughly. A tiny bit less often than that when you consider that the league is an entire month. But one a month seems like a good sweet spot for us in our community. So we tend to do like a few of each per year, or that's what it looks like it'll be like. And we have a lot of different kinds now of events.
Yeah, exactly. And now also there is like this very channel where we are streaming in. This is also something new, relatively new.
So we've been using this channel more regularly now, especially for things like events, and we've been hosting some usually consistent content. For example, the bi-weekly spotlights. Those are map making spotlights. And those are hosted by Skyhawk and Avenged Ruler, and roughly every other week they'll interview a map maker or do something like a tutorial on something map making related. We're actually thinking about expanding that to more community topics, not hosted by Skyhawk and Avenged necessarily. For those, it's just more stuff. So for example, some of the topics that we talked about here, like when Fresh and I were here talking about rankings, imagine something like a best world records of all time kind of presentation. That'd be a pretty cool kind of thing to talk about. Or maybe we want to focus on randomizer or bingo. That's not explicitly map making for the map making spotlight. So some stuff like what we've seen here will probably translate into more kinds of videos in the future.
Yeah.
There's also the Atlas Week in Review that has been attempted multiple times. Every week. We're skipping this week because we've been really busy. but every week we play all the new maps on Atlas, talk about them. We're trying to get a large-ish group together to just hang out, have fun, play the new maps together, and analyze them a little bit. Like talk about how we could improve them, stuff we like about them, that kind of stuff. What else going on? Right now, because of the Dustforce Custom League, we have weekly recap streams on Sundays when the leaderboards close, and on Tuesdays the maps are released. So just tomorrow, we're gonna release new maps, and I'll demo them on this channel. I'm the secret person in chat called Dustforce Community at the moment.
There is a lot of activity right now, especially because of the league. So there are multiple streams per week relating to the league itself. So
yeah.
Everyone is welcome to join because, for example, yesterday we concluded our first scored week, and we watched through the replays, the top replays for.
Yep, all those highlights are on this channel. I've also been highlighting all the segments so far for this. So we'll see those videos soon too anyway.
Yes.
Other kind of stuff that we could do. I'd like to revisit more tutorial kind of content. So those will probably be turned more into videos, like on the Dustforce Help Desk channel. This account, I upload some of the VODs from this to the Dustforce Help Desk channel. So I'll probably work in some tutorial kind of stuff in the future. I plan to do a little Dust mod showcase and something that has to do with me showing how I practice for IL grinds. So that should be pretty informational. Help some people get better at practicing as well.
Yeah, because right now we have so many tools, and it's actually complicated to understand how to use them in the best possible way. Yeah.
If any of you guys have ideas for things you'd want to see on this channel, or if any of you want to help out on this channel, please get in touch with me. Just DM me on Discord. Join the Discord. I'll post that again in chat. Join the Discord. Get in touch with me, and we can work some stuff out. At the moment, we really don't have a video editor or anything like that, so we could be doing better if we had more help.
Yeah. In general, if you like the game and you're thinking of playing it more, join the Discord. I will be the one in charge of bullying people into joining events and to play the game in general. And join us in the events because they're usually really fun.
Yeah. If you want like a little tease of what is to come in terms of events, what I'm actually thinking about doing is we'll probably wait like a month after the league to do another map jam, and then there's the next map competition that's announced for the current year 2022. So I've already posted briefly about that, but once the custom league is over, then I will I'll make that more clear what's going on with it. But in summary, we have a special single level competition that's going to happen in early-ish spring, so a few months away. And there's a Nexus competition that is going to have cash prizes again, and that's going to happen in the summer, late summer, like September maybe.
Yes.
So that's what's on the horizon.
Yeah, to conclude, join the Discord, get involved. This game is very cool. And we can't wait for more people to actually come back or start playing this game because it's really nice. Okay, so we are getting to the end. Thank you very much, Zanda, for giving us an overview of all the cool things that are happening right now. So first of all, so if you want, let's go 1 second to the the post screen, and we will be back for the thanks and the goodbyes. Okay, so let me do this quickly. I need to delete this. I realized that now that this should have been done, but I forgot. Remove the character. Okay, so Xander, thanks. You can leave if you want. And
Sure. Looks like you
oh,
didn't transition to the screen.
Okay, so we are really reaching the end. So the first thing that I want to do is to thank everyone that has contributed to this. This was really a big effort from many people. So please join me in thanking all of them. So of course, first thing we have to thank Miles, because he was a really great help in this. He's co-organized all this event. You have not heard him, but he's there. And yeah, he really helped co-organize this event, and it ended up really nice. So thank you, Miles. Then I want to thank all the people that have actually participated in the stream. So Skyhawk, Fresh, Angreval, Hourglass, Zanda, MSG, Tashizuna. Big thanks to the devs for for joining in. Big thanks to Woodley. A lot of thank you to Lifeform, who also sent the Q&A in email. Big thanks also to the other devs. To Matt and Lexi in chat, so thank you very much. Another big thanks to all the people who contributed information to the preparation of the stream, who basically taught me about Dustforce history and helped collect all this information together so that we could show it to everyone. So let me thank in order, in a completely disordered way. Let me thank Brother Mojo, Kuroni Half, JVC, Ukiz, Twinkie, Callistus, Jersey Milker. Let me thank also Extruder for helping us in advertising, announcing this event outside of our community. So a big thank to everyone. I'm sure that I'm forgetting someone. Big thank you to the people whose videos I stole, by the way. I think the first one was by Ryokai, and the second one is Grispig. So thank you for the stolen videos. Yes, exactly. So yeah, with all of this, I wanted to leave you with these goodbyes for now. Thanks again to the developers for making this great game. Thanks to everyone in the community for making it such a nice place to play and to make this very alive and beautiful game to participate in. So yeah, without anything more, let's go to the goodbyes. We have a little surprise here. Everyone that has been bullied in the last few days and sent something. Yeah, we have a big question for the community. That is, why do you like Dustforce? Why is Dustforce special for you? So let's hear about this question from everyone.
Oh wow, this game looks cool.
Hey there, I'm Macro Scenery, and I play Dustforce, I guess. Why is Dustforce special to me? Well, I just started playing this. I got this game in October, and I don't know, I really enjoy it. It's got this good rhythm to it. It's got a nice art style. The game looks good. People have said that many times to me. I don't know what it means, but it does look good. And I don't know, it's just a really good game.
The biggest thing that really kept me coming back to Dustforce is the community. I have a lot of great memories staying up late to watch Timmy's map review streams, hanging out in VC, or spamming random streamers with "this game looks cool." I don't think I would have clocked as many hours into the game or grinded Yada or dumb twirly maps if it wasn't for the people who are here.
What keeps me coming back to Dustforce is the skill ceiling is nearly infinite, and it's all different kinds of difficulty. You've got people like Nighthawk, Skyhawk, and Hourglass that really push the limits of hard maps. You've got people like Zonda and Fishy pushing the limits of stock ILs and really pushing that to its limits. Then even past that, you've got task replays, which really show what the game could be in a frame-perfect environment.
Well, there really isn't any other game like Dustforce. I can't think of any other game that is as rewarding and has such tight mechanic and movements like Dustforce has. There's so much depth to all the movement in the game. And when you first start playing it, it's borderline clunky. Like it's so frustrating when you start playing the game because you just don't feel like you have control of what you're doing. But when you get better and better at the game, you can really feel like you're actually doing what you want to do with your character. And there's so much to learn about how to go even faster in the game, and it's such a rewarding experience. Moreover than that, it becomes beautiful once you get really good at it. Once your character is so fluid, combined with the animation and the music as well. No other game like Dustforce has been as rewarding and fun for me.
I think Dustforce is so special because it has unlimited potential. I mean, I can just keep playing and keep getting better, and that really excites me. It's one of the best parts of the game, and it's really fun to play in general. Movement mechanics are great. And then the community, it just makes it so much better. It's just a really massive group of sweet people. There's no bad ones in the bunch, in my opinion. So yeah, that's it.
I wasn't addicted to Dustforce until the community found me trying to SS Yada, so I'd say a lot of what makes Dustforce special to me is the community. They're cool, they play a game that looks cool, they're wholesome, and just a little bit crazy, and I feel like I fit right in.
I love the game's replayability. Like, it's easy to pick one of 100 different goals and just go without having to think too much about it. And suddenly the game's consuming all of your focus, and yet you're running mostly on muscle memory and reflex, so your mind is clear to wander and drift between thoughts of strat tweaking and hoping that your constant dash rhythm mashing isn't giving anyone a headache. And then when you achieve something, no matter how small or big that is, there's always someone there to celebrate with you, and you'll push each other to do more, like save a little time or get a top 50 or a top 10, or make your map prettier or more complex or refined, or make your map Tetris. And that feedback loop of good times with all the wonderful people around is what's kept me interested and involved all these years.
I found Dustforce at a time in my life where I was very unemployed and felt I didn't have a lot going for myself. Through the community, however, I learned to value not only my skill in game, but also myself as a whole. Thank you, everyone. You've all given me confidence in myself and friendships that have spanned over the past 7 years. This game has become my home, and I continue to play it because you've all become a part of my family, new and old players alike. Shoutouts to Blue and the Hove Boys, Cow and the Hawks, Nerfs, Ern, Luffy, and of course Twinkie. May you forever be a thorn on my side. Here's to many more years to come.
Thanks, everyone. No, go play the game! Goodbye.